Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets back there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that of them was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Great job, Bailey. I think we're going to hear her on Idol soon. All right, next up to do our 4-H pledge, followed by our FFA motto, will be Miss Sierra Ann Reynolds from the Montgomery County 4-H.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world. Now for the FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you, Sierra. Let's put our hands together for these young people for getting us started off the right way this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are ready to get started with our Barrow show officially, bringing some hogs to the ring. Class 17 Yorks, this is your first call. Class 17 Yorks, this is your first call. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from the Lost and Found section, we have a very lovely, very nice woman's earring that has been found at the announcer stand. If you're missing an earring, please come to the announcer stand. We might have it. All right, Class 17 Yorks, second call. Class 17 Yorks, second call. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, at this time we're going to release the young people who are in the show ring. If you could, let's put our hands together and give them a nice recognition as they leave the area. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in Class 18 Yorks, this is your first call. Class 18 Yorks, this is your first call. And for those of you ringside, as well as those of you watching at home on RodeoAustin.com, this is Class 17 Yorks in the ring. There are 20 entries in this class, and they have weights recorded of 240 to 248 pounds. This will be class number 1 out of 4 York classes this morning. So this is the first of 4. First class on the day, again, Class 17 Yorks, 20 entries, and they weigh 240 to 248 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have just a moment, we'd like to once again recognize our judge for today. Born and raised on a family farm in Highland, Illinois, Miles Tenius has spent his whole life around agriculture and livestock. Grew up showing both steers and barrows at both the local and state level. He had the champion barrow at the 2007 Illinois State Fair. He began his education at Lakeland Junior College and then went on to Western Illinois University. Completed a degree in ag business and animal science. At both schools, he was a member of the collegiate livestock judging team. He's judged over 300 shows in 16 different states. Those have included the LSU Livestock Show, Ohio State Fair, Illinois Open, and county shows and jackpots across the nation. Miles' philosophy in the show ring is livestock need to be built right with the correct proportionality of feature, length of skeleton, and body type to balance. As an ag enthusiast, Miles believes that it's important to continue pushing junior livestock events. He's honored to be selected as the Market Barrow Judge for Rodeo Austin in 2016. He believes that Rodeo Austin sets a high standard among mangers and proving this not just about the livestock, but more important, it's about the future of youth in agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, if we could, let's put our hands together and welcome our judge one more time to Rodeo Austin in the state of Texas. Class 18 Yorks, second call. Class 18 Yorks, second call.
Man, what a good way to go ahead and start off here in your drive throughout the day. I think to me, if it's any exception, to the quality that we'll see through the Yorks or through the crosses, you've got one that's awfully good. To me, that Yorkshire Barrow puts together width and muscle and freshness of rib. He's huge backed, he's great looking, he's square hocked, he's good pastured. He's a barrow that flexes so good off of each end of his skeleton. He sets a standard and a mold of where I've been, and he's just a really, really good one there. Obviously in a lighter weight class, but it'll be interesting to see what comes after him because that one there is real good, guys. Just an awfully good show barrow. Congratulations to her. Young man that's in second, the barrow I put in third probably looks a little more of the outline of the barrow that ends up starting the class from the profile, but where I think the barrow in second's better is he's just so much looser jointed, particularly behind. His hind leg comes back further behind him on the drive. He sets down with more comfort in his heel and his hock. Barrow's hock comes back further behind him. He's squarer up front. I'd go ahead and to me, if I was to go ahead and push him up one more spot, I'd open him up in the shape to his back. I'd open him up right in the center of his hip. Maybe square his front feet just ever so slightly, but from his chest and his blade and his knee, he's real square coming to you. I just like his flex and range of motion better relative to the barrow that'll come in three. The barrow in three, like I said, is the mold of your class winner from the profile. He's got the same length of face and maybe a little narrower jawed. He's a barrow that's real deep and opened up in his rib cage, like the shape that he ties down with there towards his hock into his lower hip. A barrow that just wants to get a little bit more restricted about his rear foot there and his hind leg. I've got to see him set down with more comfort and depth to his heel. I've got to open him up at his forearm and his blade as he comes right to you and from there down to the ground. But really a good barrow in terms of presence and rib and freshness. She's done a good job presenting him at the same time. Young lady's barrow comes out here and it's probably undoubtedly one of the heavier skeleton ones in drive. Real big in his arm and big in his rear foot and hind leg. I like where his neck ties up on the top side of a real elevated shoulder. He's a barrow as I get up closer to him just wants to flatten a little more in his rib cage, particularly up high. And then as you bring him down there towards the lower part of his body and into his sheath, that barrow just wants to continue to funnel. Whenever heat goes then, and he's so tall shouldered, he's gotten a little bit more upright in his blade and just doesn't want to flex out of each end of his skeleton as appropriately as he should. The barrow in five, he's one of those barrows. It's a little more chubby, a little more moderate kind of a barrow, but one that proportions well in his feature relative to his length of body. I got two big issues with that barrow. One, he's down-footed up front. Two is swelling in his joints behind. If I could go ahead and clean up his rear joint and pick him up on his front feet, that there barrow can move up in a hurry because he's so good in his rib. He's so stout in terms of his bone work, and yet still has a great look to him up front. It's his joints behind that really concern me. I've got to clean those up on the inside. He's just got too much fluid or just swelling back there. Congratulate him with a good round of applause. A great way to start the day.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenius. That concludes Class 17. Class 18 is complete in the back. Here are the results from 17. In 10th place from the Levelland FFA was Josh O'Connor. In 9th from Wall FFA is Emma Braden. In 8th from Robertson County 4-H is Jonah White. In 7th, also from Robertson County 4-H, is Bailey Elkins. In 6th, from Canyon New Braunfels FFA, Roland Terry. In 5th, from Haskell FFA, is Alyssa Stocks. In 4th, from Hall County 4-H, is Renee Malloy. In 3rd, from Stamford FFA, is Jordan Huffaker. In 2nd, from Salado FFA, is Trace Medlin. And your class champion from the Fredericksburg FFA is Mason DeLong. Barrow weighed 240 pounds. Here is the TPPA ADM Mormons Show Tech Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 17 Yorks, exhibited by Mason DeLong of the Fredericksburg FFA. She will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. The breeder of the pig was Russell Canese of Fredericksburg, Texas. The breeder will receive a certified Texas bred cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The breeder's cap can be picked up at the Texas Pork Producers Association table just east of the show ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the show today, the Texas Pork Producers Association, ADM Mormon Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry will be recognizing the exhibitor and the breeder, the highest placing Certified Texas Bred Registry barrow in each class. The exhibitors of these barrows will receive an award of $100 and a special CTBR Class Champions Cap sponsored by ADM Mormon Showtech. The breeder of the barrow will receive a CTBR Breeders' Class Champion Cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The title sponsor for the TPPA Certified Texas Bred Registry is ADM Mormon Showtech. ADM Alliance Nutrition offers consistent, high-quality feed products, supplements, and premixes. Showtech is a show pig feeding program that provides championship performance through feed technology. The ADM Alliance Nutrition Showtech family of products' winning tradition comes from a superior line of performance-driven feeds containing a technologically advanced balance of protein, vitamins, and trace minerals. The ADM is committed to the future of agriculture, and as part of that commitment, ADM sponsors over $100,000 in scholarships supporting our agriculture youth. Now pay attention, exhibitors. You must bring the completed copy of your CTBR certificate to the ring when exhibiting your barrow. If for some reason you don't have a certificate, stop by the TPPA table located near the swine show ring, and a replacement certificate will be available. When you come, make sure you have the name of the breeder, the breed of your barrow, and the ear notch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's join together one more time, and put our hands together and show these young people our appreciation who leave the ring at this time. Once again, from the Lost and Found section, we have a very nice woman's earring here at the announcer stand. We have a very nice woman's earring at the announcer stand that's been turned in, so you might check and make sure it's not yours. All right, attention in the barn, Class 19 Yorks, this is your first call. Class 19 Yorks, this is your first call. Attention in the barn, Class 19 Yorks, second call. Class 19 Yorks, second call.
Maybe we get out of a really challenging but good class there in that last class, and you hop right back into another one. And I made the comment, I thought to me that Barrow represented what I thought was a tremendous amount of quality in Class 1. And you bring a hammer to Class 2 like that in terms of his look, his feature, his hind leg design, the way that he used it. Got him a big stout tail root laid up on top of a great level hip. I love his length of hip, love his length of face and his stoutness to his jaw. The Barrows one, as I got right behind him, I wanted to see where he set his hock, because so many of them like that, at times I want to twist them out just a little whenever they're that big-footed and loosen their heel. That Barrow almost pulls in at his left hock just ever so slightly. Maybe got just a little swelling there on the inside of his left joint. Not the biggest back thing that you'll ever see, but proportionally everything fits together so well. A Barrow that to me is compositionally correct. He's a stout-featured, good-looking, sharp-dressed dude. Really a good one to win this class. I left the Barrow out here for quite a while that the young lady drives, because initially they're right behind his sheath and maybe just a little roundness to his hip kind of threw me off in terms of where he was at in terms of balance. As I began to study him, though, he's the second best one in terms of being right at the ground, in terms of squareness of feet, squareness of foundation, and then you build him up above his foundation. The Barrow still opens up tremendously wide behind his shoulder. He's real big in the center of his hip. He takes his muscle way down there through his stifle and ties it deep towards his hock. He utilizes the rear end of his skeleton the most appropriately of what we have left in this particular class. For me to move him up, I've got to open him in the center of his blade. I've got to clean him up right there behind his sheath and clean him up right there in through his throat latch to go ahead and move him up one more spot. But definitely a good second place Barrow there. To me, the young lady's Barrow that comes out is one that's as good in his skin and hair, and again, his composition as any of them. That Barrow rolls up out each side of his spine, tremendously wide in his loin. I like the Barrow's feature as he goes away from you in terms of his width of hip and squareness of hind leg. The longer he gets to going, the more he gets to shuffling. I think it's because his blade sets forward on his body. Whenever he gets tied up front, he gets uncomfortable behind. He's too small at his ankle and his rear foot. What I think he does better, though, than the Barrow that's in 4 is ties his neck better into his shoulder. He's not the tallest shouldered one, obviously, but his neck sets better into his shoulder. He opens up better in the lower part of his rib. This Barrow here is one that I like in terms of his muscle pattern. Up high and all the way through the top of his hip, he's probably the most opened up and the most genuine in terms of his muscle. I got to change him right at the top of his neck. I got to set his blade back further in him. I got to open him up in the lower shape to his rib and down to his flank. And then the Barrow's got a little hind leg that goes away there that we've got to stouten up. Young man's Barrow that comes out next is a really heavy bone, big-footed kind of a Barrow. One that to me, as you begin to study him, he's so down on his front pasterns, it begins to lead to his undoing. Longer the drive continues, and as he hesitates up front, then he starts to chomping him down a little bit too tight behind. He's a Barrow that to me is ruggedness of design, his body type, the shape to his rib allows him to stay in the top handful. We've got to build his lower skeleton better to move him up in drive, but a really nice Barrow there in 5 he does a good job with. Give him a good round of applause, definitely well deserved. A great class once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that puts a wrap on Class 18. If you are in Class 19, we do need you to the show ring. Here are results out of Class 18. This was the second of 4 Yorkshire classes this morning. In 10th place from the Coleman FFA was Braxton Barker. In 9th from Crawford FFA, Kenzie Reich. In 8th from Tom Green County 4-H, Trey Schwartz. In 7th from Fredericksburg FFA, Eric Konecki. In 6th from Paradise FFA, Micaiah Wakefield. In 5th from Randall County 4-H, Ryan Smith. In 4th from Brock FFA, Logan Prater. In 3rd from Potter County 4-H, Ransley Bates. In 2nd from Stratford FFA, Allie James. And your class champion out of Class 18 Yorks from the Perryton FFA, Brecklin LeCompte, Barrow weighing 262 pounds. And your certified Texas bred registry class champion out of Class 18 went to Allie James of the Stratford FFA, Breeder of the pig was Rival Genetics of Canadian, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, just one more reminder, pictures are available back behind the arena on the north side. As a family, please discuss whether you want those pictures or not so that these students can have a decision made before they get to that back gate, just to help us keep hogs moving the right direction. So again, just have your mind made up what you want to do on pictures before you get to that back gate so that we can make that decision, or so that we can get those hogs where they need to be going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to open our gate and release these young people in the show ring. Put your hands together one more time for this great group of 4-H and FFA members. All right, attention in the barn, class 20 Yorks, first call. Class 20 Yorks, first call. Attention in the barn, class 20 Yorks. This is a second call. Class 20 Yorks, this is your second call.
Great class of Yorkshire Barrows here. The one that I start with, as you begin to study the top pair of this particular class, they're totally different and contrasted in kind. But where I like the Barrow that wins is not only is he the better headed, taller shouldered Barrow, that particular pair, but where his neck ties into the top of his shoulder, how he comes at you in terms of squareness and how he leaves you, and then just his flex and range of motion. He's just the show Barrow out here that handles himself the best. He's not the biggest in his center rib, but he's probably a rib longer than is that Barrow that ends up in second, and that'll take away from his capacity through the mid part of his body, but he's a Barrow that travels the ring with comfort. I like his hip and hind leg better as we continue the drive. The Barrow that's in second that the young lady drives is one that's really stout, really powerful, and really wide. He's a Barrow that comes to you awfully wide in his blade and leaves you real wide in his hip. It's right at the top of his neck that I got to change him, and where it ties into his shoulder, he's a Barrow whenever he gets to going, he'll just want to stumble a bit with his hind leg. It's because he's rounder in his hip. He'll tuck his hind leg up a little further underneath him and want to jam him down a little harder into the sawdust, or into the sand out here, excuse me. He's a Barrow that just looks a little rounder, a little coarser all the way throughout his design, but he definitely does have the advantage in terms of rib, in terms of width up high. A Barrow that's really has a lot of market hog fundamentals that are good, but whenever you ask to set these hogs in motion, that's where the Barrow gets in trouble. We've just got to go ahead and square him up behind and make him go better up front. The young man's in third, just not a real big hole in this particular Barrow. He's a heavy bone, real flexible kind of a hog. Right at the top of his shoulder, I need to open him up. The top of his neck, I want to clean him up, and the same thing in the bottom side of his jawline. He's a Barrow that leaves you good, but he comes at you a little narrow. I like his flex, I like his reach and his range of motion. Young man there in the yellow is one that has a Barrow that I like in terms of length and elevation up front. Barrow comes really wide to you. He leaves you really wide. He's a hog that gets just a little more fragile in terms of his bone work. He's a Barrow that whenever he goes out of his hip and hind leg, we've got to reconstruct it better. He wants to set him down real hard into the sand. We've got to flex him and reach him with his hind leg better back behind him. The one that comes in fifth that young man drives is a Barrow that's probably more like the Barrow that was second in class in terms of length of body. He's a little more moderate, and that allows him to proportion in his feature relative to his length of rib and the depth to his rib, the shape to his body. Barrow gets just a nickel rounder about his hip at the same time. He's a little more upright in his shoulder blade. Then you'll see him start to prance up front. Whenever he does that, then he hesitates behind. Still a good Barrow in 5 with a lot of product. Congratulations to them all. My compliments to them. Great set of kids driving them in that ring. My compliments again.
Thank you, sir. All right, Class 19 is concluded, and Class 20, we do need you to the show ring. Class 20, if you're not here, we need you here at this time. Results out of Class 19. In 10th place from Northwest FFA, Radon Rebert. In 9th from Big Sandy FFA, Bryce Bean. In 8th from Paradise FFA, Blaine Gibson. In 7th from Wall FFA, Marty Weisenhun. In 6th from Comfort FFA, Barrett Allerkamp. In 5th from Hall County 4-H, Jaden Martin. In 4th from Klondike FFA, Brendel O'Brien. In 3rd from Northwest FFA, Mason Pape. In 2nd from Glasscock County 4-H, Kenzie Schaefer. And your class champion from the Seminole FFA, Dawson Combs, driving a York Barrow weighing 273 pounds.
Class 20 is here.
Thank you. All right, your certified Texas bred registry class champion out of Class 19 Yorks went to Dawson Combs of the Seminole FFA. That Barrow was bred by Orem Show Pigs of Seminole, Texas. And for the ladies and gentlemen watching at home, we are on to our 4th and final York class this morning. This is class number 20 overall. In this class, there will be 22 entries, and they have weights recorded from 277 to 280 pounds. as we run through our final class of York Barrows this morning. We'd want to like to again recognize all of the volunteers who work the show ring. This includes members of the Swine Committee here at Rodeo Austin, as well as 19 students from West Texas A&M University in the Ag Science program. Without those two groups, this show would not be possible, and we couldn't be able to do what we do in the back. So if you could, let's put our hands together and thank all of those volunteers who help keep this show running day in and day out. All right, ladies and gentlemen who are ringside, let's put our hands together one more time as these 4-H and FFA members leave the show ring. All right, attention in the barn. First and second place Yorkshire Showman. This is your first call to the show ring. First and second place York Showman. This is your first call to the show ring. Please remember also those hogs will be reweighed before they get to go in for champion York. Ladies and gentlemen in the barn, again, if you would, please just have a conversation before you come to the show ring about what you want to do on pictures relative to placings and such. That'll definitely help our flow of hogs out of the show ring, as we know to let them in this photo area or to let them by. So please have that decision made, what you want to do on pictures relative to placing and things such as that.
Awesome pair of Yorks here in your final drive of Yorkshires. Both of them put a lot of good together and do it in just a little different kind of a package. The barrel that I start with is maybe just a rib shorter than the barrel is that stands to my left, and that allows him to proportion so well. That's a big, stout, clean hind leg that just motors all day. He's a barrel that, to me, whenever you begin to study him out of his blade, opens up truer in the upper part of his rib. His blade sits on the outside of a big forerib and on the outside of a massive rib cage. He's incredibly widespread down his back. He's incredibly big in his upper hip. He's square from there down to the ground, and a barrel that still has a good look to his jaw and face. He's one of those that if I was to just go ahead and nitpick him just a slight bit, I'd go ahead and set his blade just a little further back. I'd set him up right there on his pasterns just a bit further, but I think that's getting really critical of one that's awfully stout, really powerful, and a great running gear. Just a really good barrel to win this class. There's a lot of things I love about the barrel that's in second. Man, whenever I'm showing them, I like them that length of body and that kind of a cool look up front. I just wish that that barrel opened up better in his upper rib whenever I got up to him relative to the one that wins. And then he too gets a little squishy up on his front feet. He wants to turn them in just a little too hard relative to that barrel that wins. We've got to square his front feet up. But he too, in terms of length of hip, stoutness of hind leg, and the way that his joints utilize behind, is an incredibly good show barrel prospect there to work with. He's sound, he's agile, he still has muscle. It's just as you get right up to him and you study him in his forerib, you study him in his upper body, that barrel want to flatten just a little, and that may be just a result of maybe just being a little longer bodied. The one that comes in third hit me real hard whenever he came into drive, because that chest floor, that blade, and that top shape immediately gets him noticed. As I continue to watch him drive, the rounder that barrel getting his hip, the more up underneath himself he'll take his hind leg. I've got to stouten his hind leg up from his ankle to his foot. I've got to stouten his jaw and his front arm up, set his chine back down between his blade to make him look fresher up high, but a tremendous amount of muscle shape in that barrel. Love his hip shape and where he ties it towards his hock, a barrel that we just got to stouten and intensify at the ground relative to the amount of mass he's carrying. This young man in the red is a hammer showing one. I'll tell you, whenever he gets him out, he gets that barrel's head up and he gets him looking good. That barrel's got a good side profile and balances very well. And whenever he comes right to you, we've got to open him up right in the floor of his chest. And I think it's a cause of a heavyweight barrel that maybe has a little hold on him. He's flattened in his blade more and he's closed more in his upper skeleton in terms of muscle. That barrel needs to open at his pins. He needs to open from there down to the ground. Where I like him better, though, than the barrel that's in fifth is at the point of his shoulder and his flexibility behind, to me, comes to you just a nickel square at his knee. Young lady ends up catching a pin with a barrel that's just very fundamental. I like his muscle. I like his length of body and his width as he goes away from you. I, too, need to pick him up on his front feet, need to stouten him up in his bone work and open him up in his chest to his knee as he comes to you, but really a good kind of a market hog as he goes away. That was a great class of Yorkshire barrels that were presented. Give them a good round of applause, a good hand there for your last class of Yorkshire barrels.
Thank you, Judge. Class 20 is done. Up next will be Champion York. With that, real quickly, Class 21, this is your first call. Class 21 crosses, this is your first call. I believe we have our class winners set up and ready to go, looks like. At this time, for those of you at home, we're going to be selecting our champion Yorkshire Barrow for 2016. We have 4 first place winners coming back. Coming out of Class 17 will be Mason DeLong from the Fredericksburg FFA. Coming out of Class 18, Brecklin LeCompte of the Perryton FFA. Coming out of 19, Dawson Combs of the Seminole FFA. And finally, out of Class 20, Colt Wolf of the Whitesboro FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of our Yorkshire showmen this morning. And again, Class 21 crosses, we need you headed to the show ring. Class 21 crosses, we need you headed to the show ring.
Give him a good round of applause there one more time if you could. Definitely well deserved. Guys, I think all four of these barrows are tremendous, and as we get late into the season and where you want to set in terms of freshness and where you want to set in terms of feature, I think can maybe be a challenge at times as we work through some of those classes, but you bring back four of them that please me very well. Starts with that barrow in Class 1, and he's one that awfully or puts a lot of good things together, and immediately caught my eye as just an awfully good show barrow. He puts a lot of good together in terms of just natural spread and width, and just fundamentals are right in that barrow. He's not the biggest legged thing you'll ever see. You can stouten him up there at his bone work, but he is a lightweight Yorkshire barrow, and obviously it comes with a little bit of that bottom side, maybe of that breed from a standpoint of feature, and where he's at with some Yorkshire influence, then all of a sudden we run out of feature once in a while, and I think that's where that particular barrow, you have to go ahead and criticize him just a bit. Young man's barrow that's right here closest to me is one that beat a nice barrow in class, and where I just thought this hog was more flexible, just a little more my kind in terms of his length of hip and the way that he utilizes his hip and hind leg. A barrow that's really good as he comes to you and has a great look and proportion from the profile. I got towards his mid-body, and in relationship to even the lightweight barrow in here, that guy needs more shape to his rib. He needs more shape up high. He's got to open up better right behind his blade, but still very clean in his composition and clean in his joints, and uses his hind leg very appropriately. I really think it comes down to a pair of them out here, and a pair of them that truthfully are a little different in kind, but still have a lot of similarities. Young lady's barrow here is one that, whenever he hit the show ring there earlier, he's got the presence, he's got the feature, he's got the proportions and the balance from the side that it sure takes to win a big one. And then as you continue to watch him go out here, he's starting to struggle just a little bit. And I said there as he exited the ring earlier that maybe he was just a little bit more upright in his shoulder. And as he's continued to drive, he just starts to separate his shoulder even more from his forerib. Now that barrow's starting to bounce in his in his head up there, and his front feet are starting to set down just a little bit harder. But man, from the profile, boy, you just can't build one. But whenever you ask him to set into motion, the barrow's getting just a little bit tight and a little more timid there off of both ends. The heavyweight barrow comes to you very fresh. He's a barrow that's maybe just a rib shorter than the rest of them, and I like him extended and I like him good looking, but I'll never sacrifice power whenever you can do it with a good build, and that's what that barrow has. And I will sacrifice power throughout the day if we have a better built one that just goes better than the really stout, massive one. Just fortunately for that young man, he's got a stout, massive one that never quits. A barrow that's hind leg's good, his front end's good. I've got to pick him up on his pasterns. It looks like there's a little work done up there, as you begin to study his front feet. But to me, he's one that squares up beautiful up front, comes to you a little better in his knee than the other barrow, just maintains the drive a little bit better, and just an awfully stout package with a good clean hind leg. So as I've talked to him, obviously I like one of them pretty good, and that's the young man's out of Class 4. He'll be your champion.
All right, congratulations to Colt Wolf of the Whitesboro FFA, the showman of the champion York Barrow for 2016. Coming out next from class number 4 in the Yorkshire Division will be Bailey Smith of the Taylor County 4-H.
Brings out the barrow that was second to him. And I talked about this barrow, man. I love his length, and he really fits with the class winner that we had right before there in terms of his length of body and his profile. You get up in front of him, and that's his biggest hole, as he closes more in his chest and comes in at his front feet. But a barrow that's just great in his rib shape as you study him right out of his shoulder. And I talked about his body shape in that class, because if you can see, he'll deviate just a little right here in his upper body as he wants to flatten more. But they've done a great job of trying to shape his back together and open him up there in his hip. But definitely a flawless design barrow as you get off to the profile of him. The other barrow that I talked about out here is one that I sure like in a lot of areas. He's a barrow that's got a great presence to him. He's so stout in his bone work. He's a barrow that proportions awfully well. I've got to set his blade a little further back in him, guys. I need to pick him up on his front feet. And like I said, as he left the class, clean him up there right in his left rear joint as he goes away from you. But put so many unique things together. He's your reserve. Congratulations to her.
All right, congratulations to Brecklin LeCompte of the Perryton FFA, who showed the reserve champion York at 2016 Austin. All right, so that concludes our Yorkshire show. We will have results from Class 20 Yorks in just a moment. Class 21 Crossbred, you are needed to the show ring. Class 21 Crossbred, you are needed to the show ring. Backing up to Class 20, here are the results from the top 10. In 10th place from the Fayette County 4-H was Brody Dooley. In 9th from Shallowater FFA was Blake Lampkin. In 8th from Brazoria County 4-H is Raven Williams. In 7th from Sabinal FFA was Valerie Verstuft. In 6th from O'Donnell FFA is Hagan Montgomery. In 5th from Byron Nelson FFA is Reagan Stab. In 4th from Dallam Hartley County 4-H was Michael Clark. In 3rd from Lipan FFA was Ben Montoya. In 2nd from the Taylor County 4-H was Bailey Smith. And your class champion and also breed champion from the Whitesboro FFA was Colt Wolf. The barrow weighed 280 pounds. Colt Wolf was also the winner of the Certified Texas Bred Registry class champion. Again, Colt is from the Whitesboro FFA. The breeder of the pig was RW Genetics of Anderson, Texas. Jared Russell, Abbott FFA, you are needed in the show ring. Jared Russell, Abbott FFA, your Class 21 cross is being shown at this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to dismiss the exhibitors who remain in the show ring. If we could, once again, let's put our hands together. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 22 crosses, this is your first call. Class 22 crosses, this is your first call. And in the show ring at this time is Class 21. This is the first crossbred class of many. There are 26 entries in this class, and they all weigh 240 pounds. All right, Class 22 crossbred, this is a second call. Class 22 crosses, this is your second call. We need you to the show ring. Class 22 crosses, this is a third call. Class 22 crosses, this is a third call.
What a great kind of a class winner here, and really a good pair of them. You know, take nothing away from the pair of them. I think it's really close, but whenever I did start to study their feet up front and their strength to their top line, the way that their line set it, this particular Barrow rises to the top of the class from that standpoint. He is a heavy bone rascal with a clean rear joint. He is so good in terms of his movement. I love him in terms of his bolt through his mid-body. He ain't the sharpest looking one up front, and I'll give him that. And the critics of him will say he's a little chubby neck, but past that, man, he's just so good on his pasterns. He's so good in his build. He's flexible in his spine, and that lets him go out of his hip and hind leg with comfort. Like I said, he's a heavy bone Barrow that's just a little stronger on his front feet, and he's not one of those that will wow you anywhere, but once you get up to him, you certainly understand what I'm saying in terms of feature, build, and proportion. He's really good. The muscle Barrow's in second. As you take him out of their shoulder, this painted Barrow rolls up tremendously wide in his loin. He comes back and maintains it through his hip and all the way down there through his lower stifle. A Barrow that offers a little more length up front and length of body as you get to the profile of him. The longer he drives, the more hesitant he'll become behind. He's such an up-headed kind of a Barrow that he'll start to stutter step with his hind leg and short step as he goes away from you. I've got to fix him on his front feet as he comes right to me, and then as he get off to the profile with all that flex that he has up front, it's starting to lead to his undoing. That Barrow gets just too weak in his spine. We've got to collect him in the upper part of his framework just to make him balance a little better out here, but really a nice Barrow there in 2. The young lady's in 3's kind of a knothead. He doesn't really want to drive for her, but whenever you get up to him, you understand that he's a big-footed Barrow that looks a lot like the top pair in terms of his feature and his presence whenever he gets his head up. I got right behind his shoulder, and that Barrow planes out just a bit. Then he wants a funnel from there through the lower part of his forerib and midrib, but really a nice kind of a show Barrow there. Just kind of an ornery one to drive, but an awfully good one. The stripe-headed, maybe more Berkshire-appearing Barrow is one that comes out as a good-looking show Barrow that's tall-shouldered and great in terms of his length and levelness of rump. He's a Barrow that takes his hind leg and sets it way back behind him. He's got a good cushion up through there through his shoulder and where it sets on his forerib. And I think that extra give that he has to his pastern allows that, but it's almost too much give. And I told him all 4 of his feet set way back on his dew claw, and then he wants to shift his ankles and just not square up good enough as he goes away. The black-headed, black-hip Barrow comes out real good in the front 2/3 of his body. Very clean and consistent in terms of his chest from his knee down to his front foot. A real stout-headed Barrow that I'd lengthen up there through his neck. And to me, the biggest thing is about his hip. We've got to lengthen and level his rump out. We've got to set him down with more cushion there in his left hind leg in particular as he goes away. But a really square one that has a tremendous amount of muscle as you get on top of him. A very nice Barrow there in 5. Give him a good round of applause. A great way to start the cross. Is an excellent class winner there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenyus. With that, Class 21 is done. Class 22, we do need you at the show ring. Here are results from Class 21. In 10th place from the Abbott FFA is Jared Russell. In 9th from Byron Nelson FFA, Jordan Wilson. In 8th from Dawson County 4-H, Zach Slocum. In 7th from Elgin FFA, Leah Shaw. In 6th from Hale Center FFA, Logan Parker. In 5th from Dallam Hartley County 4-H, Parker Ralston. In 4th from Bastrop County 4-H, Daniel Howard. In 3rd from Canyon Lake FFA, Hannah Wunderlich. In 2nd from Dumas FFA, Kyler Weatherford. And your class champion from the Dallam Hartley County 4-H, Georgia Besner. Again, the Barrow weighed 240 pounds.
We have everyone.
And the winner of the Certified Texas Bred Registry in Class 21 crosses is Parker Ralston of the Dallam County 4-H. Breeder of that pig is Seth Ralston of Dalhart, Texas. Again, Parker will receive a $100 award and a special cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. Seth, the breeder, will receive a certified Texas bred cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. That cap may be picked up at the pork producers table east of the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen who are ringside, let's give a nice round of applause once again to these young people as we're going to exit the arena here in just a moment. And one more reminder, please, if you do want a photo, make that decision before you get to the back gate of this arena. We need to know that gate to photos is just as soon as you step out this final gate up here. So please know if you want that picture before you go out that door. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in Class 23 crosses, this is your first call. Class 23 crosses, this is your first call. Class 23 crosses, this is your second call. Class 23 crosses, this is your second call. Class 23 crosses, this is your third call, I believe. Class 23 crosses, this is your third call. Class 23 crosses, we need you at the show ring.
Again, a good pair of crosses here. The young man's that ends up winning this particular class. To me, it's whenever you set him in motion, not only does his loin tie smoother to his hip, but his rear foot sets down with more comfort. The Barrow's really opened up as he comes to you. He's massive going away from you. Got a tremendous amount of shape in the upper part of his framework. He just square all over. Now, he's not the best looking one from his blade to the top of his neck and the tip of his nose. That's the one that's in second. He's not the heavier bone one of that particular pair, but in a basic sense, everything just fits together very well. Fresh centered, fresh back, good hip Barrow that just range of motion stays a bit more comfortable as we continue to drive. From his mid-body forward, I love the Barrow in second. That elevation in his shoulder, the stoutness to his feature or to his head and his forearm, the way that that Barrow comes at you is absolutely beautiful. And I think for his extra length of body, his rib shape's still good. He'll get a little lazy in his top sometimes. He'll want to pinch right there in his ham loin. Biggest thing is, I don't know if it's the sand or just the way that he ends up using his rear foot, but out here he wants to roll up in his toes and roll up in his posture, take his hind leg and get it up underneath himself pretty far. I'd be interested to see what he'd do on a different setting here. And from a floor standpoint, right now this is the setting they have to show in. That's the disadvantage in that Barrow. As you watch his hind leg get out here and go, his rear foot needs to set down better. The one that comes in 3 I love, and if you can judge him on the standstill, this this guy is a lot like your Barrow that ends up winning this class. I'm a sucker for a blue one too, and his blue sets on him so beautiful in his hip and his head. Barrow comes to you good. He leaves you very good. He's a little bit of a sand flipper than a pasturing flipper with his rear foot. Whenever you watch him go, he wants to take the sand and throw it back behind him with his rear foot. It's like he doesn't like it on his feet or in between his toes. I don't know, but he's setting them down plenty hard in his hind leg. If we can make that Barrow go like your class winner, then all of a sudden we've got one that moves up the line in a hurry. The Barrow that comes next, again, a real pretty blue one. It's got an awesome look there to his head. A little bigger about his ear set. That maybe takes away from the attractiveness of the top of his head and the top of his neck. Barrow just has to come to you wider whenever he drives right at you. I left him out here in the mix because to me, relative to the black Barrow, his length and levelness of rump is better, and yet he uses his hind leg better whenever you go and let him go. Both of those Barrows are a lot alike in terms of feature. I just like his hip and hind leg better. This Barrow is massive. Whenever he comes to you, his front foot and paw, whenever it sets down in the sand, leaves a big imprint. I mean, that thing has definitely got some huge feet underneath him and a big kind of a hind leg, big stout forearm in him. Whenever you set him in motion, this Barrow will get a little rounder and steeper in his rump. He's a little smaller in terms of his makeup, but he proportions well. They've done a very good job of filling that Barrow up to make him not look so small in his kind from shoulder to hip, and just in terms of his elevation, that Barrow gets plenty small in his kind, but everything fits together good. I just really got to fix his hip and hind leg. Good job done by all those kids. Another great class to sort through. My compliments to them all.
All right, class 22 is in the books, and class 23, if you were in that class, we do need you at the show ring. Here are results out of class 22. In 10th place from the Navasota FFA was Haley Warzon. In 9th from Stanford FFA was Peyton Bevel. In 8th from Stratford FFA, Raleigh Wilborn. In 7th from Stanford FFA, Tylee Joe Bevel. In 6th from Hemphill County 4-H, Addison Walser. In 5th from Bell County 4-H, Peyton Aldrich. In 4th from the Spearman FFA, Thaxton Boyd. In 3rd from Hayes County 4-H, Trace Jansen. In 2nd from Fredericksburg FFA, Kyle Hardison. And your class champion from the Spearman FFA was Jonathan Crowell. Barrow weighed 240 pounds. Again, that concludes class 22. One last announcement from that class. Your certified Texas bred registry winner went to Kyle Hardison of Fredericksburg, Texas. Barrow was bred by Sadie and Kyle Hardison of Fredericksburg again. Forrest Fisher of Wise County 4-H, your class is in the show ring. Forrest Fisher of Wise County 4-H, your class is in the show ring. We need you here at this time. All right, in the ring at this time is class 23. There are 26 entries in this class, all recorded at a weight of 240 pounds. All right, attention in the barn. We will be taking a lunch break today again, and that will come after class 25. So after class 25, we will be taking our lunch break. So again, we are on class 23 at this time. We will follow it with class 24 and 25. And again, after class 25, we will take our lunch break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, we're going to dismiss the exhibitors in the ring at this time. If you would, let's put your hands together once again for these outstanding young people representing their 4-H and FFA programs. All right, class 24 Crossbred, this is your first call. Class 24 Crossbred, first call. Class 24 crosses, this is a second call. Class 24 crosses, this is your second call.
a little tougher kind of a class here to work through, and not one that just jumps out and says, hey, I need to win, but I do think we end up with a pair of barrows that contrast in their kind, the length of body, the muscle shape as I get on top of them, the length of face, and just strength to their pasterns lends in the favor of the belted barrow. He's one that comes out with all the presence in the world and a really square back in him. He opens up better in the center of his hip and right in the upper part of his hip than does the blue barrow that ends up in second. I like his look, an extension up front and yet still stoutness, a jaw there that he offers. He's a barrow that sets him down a little hard behind. He's one that I do like in terms of his kind on the stand. I'd like to see him flex and reach his hind leg a little better. I'd set his knee and shoulder back in him just a little further, but I didn't find one in this class to really suit me in terms of muscle and just presence out here like he did, and I don't think there's another one like him that's any sounder than he is that offers what he does, so I start with him. The blue barrow in second is maybe just a shot more moderate in his kind, and that allows that barrow to balance very well in his feature and foot size relative to his length of body. Not only does he get a little plainer there in his throat latch, but as you get right on top of him, that barrow really wants to plane back out of his shoulder. He funnels from there all the way back into the upper part of his pin set and the upper part of his hip. Then that barrow want to drag his rear foot there a little too far up underneath his sheath and his body. We've got to set that a little further back behind him. He's probably got a little looser running gear in his hock design whenever you do study him, but to me that barrow just lacks the amount of muscle there and look and presence that I'm looking for. The barrow that ends up in third that the young man has here is the stoutest featured one in class, really big-footed, big-armed kind of a barrow. As he comes to you, he's wanting to push out in his elbow, and whenever he does that, then he toes in up front. That barrow from the profile wants to dip down right in front of his ham-loin junction and his hip. Then whenever he does that, he becomes more hesitant in his hind leg. The blue barrow comes out in the front two-thirds of him, and basically from his sheath forward, he's the most like your class winner in this class, yet still offers maybe just a shot more bone and foot size. I got right behind him, and I wanted to say for a while it was the sand and the way that he wanted to plant his rear foot, but the longer I continued to study him, he's just too far out in his hock. He wants to set on the outside of his feet, then as a result, the longer the drive continues, his hock leaves his framework. We've got to clean him up right behind his sheath. They've tried to get a little extra fat on him, probably because he's a harder rib barrel. And whenever we did that, then his sheath right behind there blows, and we've just got to clean him up from that aspect. This barrel was a good one whenever he came in, and I still think there's a lot of good parts and pieces to him. I love his foot size and the stoutness to his hind leg. As that barrel comes to me, I want to square him from his knee to the ground and pick him up on his front feet. I've got to go ahead and smooth him out in his ham-loin junction. As that barrel goes across the sand, he takes his hind leg, wants to set it out of his body and just not stay as comfortable and inside of himself as I'd like to see. That was a nice class. I think an awfully nice class winner, really good top pair. Just more muscle and design in the barrel that wins.
All right, congratulations to all of our Class 23 showmen. With that in mind, Class 24, you do need to be at the show ring at this time. Here are results out of Class 23. In 10th place from the Chico FFA, Justin Romines. In 9th from Jim Ned FFA, Aiden Wagner. In 8th from Klondike FFA, Rayleigh Bellows. In 7th from Lampasas County 4-H, Braden Hobson. In 6th from Ballinger FFA, Kitlin Peterson. In 5th from Aspermont FFA, Prairie Flowers. In 4th from Guadalupe County 4-H is Holly Alderson. In 3rd from Whitesboro FFA is Riley Russell. In 2nd from Glasscock County 4-H is Owen Seidenberger. And your class champion from the Bullard FFA was Cole Phillips, barrel weight 240 pounds once again. Colton Glass, Williamson County 4-H, you are needed at the show ring. Colton Glass, Williamson County 4-H, you are needed to the show ring. From Class 23 crosses, your Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion went to Kitlin Peterson of Ballinger, Texas. Barrow was bred by Matt and Curry Allen of Ovalo. Just a reminder to those of you in the barn, we will be taking a lunch break, and that will occur after Class 25. So again, our lunch break will occur after Class 25. We are on Class 24 now, and again, after this class and the next class, we will take that lunch break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to dismiss the exhibitors who remain in the arena. If you would, let's put our hands together and show them another well-deserved round of applause. All right, attention in the barn, class 25 Crossbreds. This is your first call. Class 25 Crossbred, this is your first call. Again, that will be our final class before the lunch break. So between class 25 and class 26, we will take today's lunch break. Class 25 crosses, second call. Class 25 crosses, second call to the show ring.
Man, it's really just splitting hairs at the top of this class. And a pair of barrows that are designed differently, I give up maybe a little back shape and with the hip to get one that to me stays stronger footed and stays stronger in his top line whenever they drive. The Blue Barrow is one that comes to me stouter in his hind leg and stouter in his forearm with an extra good look. And I love his proportions from the profile. He takes such a long reach and range of motion in terms of his step. He's a big-footed barrow that hits into the ground, into the sand out here with comfort. I like his skeleton better out here. Whenever I got right up next to him, I made the call. Like I said earlier, he's stronger in his front feet. He's stouter in his hind leg. He's got a better look to him, and compositionally, for me, that barrow is better, and he's stronger there in his top. The bigger backed one's in second, and young lady, I'm going to give you the upper hand here. Skin and hair is better, okay? Body's better. Muscle shape is better. Whenever that barrow gets set in motion, he pinches in his ham loin and wants to roll down in his back. I get up in front of him, and he's wide through his chest and wants to close at his front feet. He gets a little weaker on his front feet and wanting to step it on the outside of his hoof. His hind legs frailer, and relative to all the mass he's carrying up high, the barrow needs to be just intensified right there at the ground. I want to see him set down with more comfort in his rear foot, but to me does have those advantages that we talked about. So if you go towards muscle and with the hip, you'll obviously use that barrow. I keep him built right. The Blue Barrow, that's where he wins. This young man's barrow, I told him, I said, buddy, I didn't want to put him third because I absolutely love so many things about this barrow. We talk about feeding him at home. We love that build, that feature, that look and top line and rib shape. He comes at you really good through his chest floor from his knee to the ground. As soon as that barrow turns and goes away, as wide as he is in his upper hip, he funnels from there to the base of his skeleton. He flattens in his lower hip, closes in his stifle, just doesn't have enough shape there. Whenever you get to looking at him from the side, though, boy, does he have an awesome look in proportion to him. He just got to have more stuff whenever you're out here in the ring with him. The Blue Barrow does come with more stuff. He comes with more shape right out of the back of his shoulder. He maintains it better down through his hip and through his stifle. A barrow that to me just reads a little fragile in his bone work. Whenever he gets to going, he'll take his right foot, want to twist it, and then push his hock out of his body. I want to clean him up in the base of his neck. That young man does a really good job showing him. The blue-eyed blue hip barrow that comes out next has the advantage in terms of bone and sheer foot size. He too rolls up great in his back line. That barrow's neck sets lower into his shoulder. He's weaker on his front feet, and he's flatter in his rib cage whenever you study him. Then off to the side there where his loin ties into his hip, we've got to pick him up and smooth him out there. But boy, she's a good showman and just continues to drive a very nice barrow in 5. Congratulate him with a good round of applause. Definitely well deserved. A great class again to work through.
All right, thank you, sir. That concludes Class 24. Class 25, we should have you back in the staging area. This will be the final class before lunch as in terms of Class 25. Here are results out of Class 24. In 10th place from the Florence FFA was Mackenzie Lincoln. In 9th from James Madison FFA was Clemente de Hoyos Jr. In 8th from Wall FFA was Clayton Gerngross. In 7th from Smith County 4-H was Landry Lang. In 6th from Florence FFA is Michaela Lorwald. In 5th from Jones County 4-H is Terrell Laramie. In 4th from the Roberts County 4-H is Hayden Thompson. In 3rd from Liberty County 4-H is Garrett Vance. In second from the Johnson County 4-H is Shelby Stevenson. And your class champion from the Lubbock Cooper FFA was Caroline Cleveland. Her barrow weighed 240 pounds. Also from Class 24, your certified Texas bred registry class champion went to Michaela Lorwald of Florence, Texas. She'll receive a $100 award and a special cap from Texas Pork Producers. The breeder of that pig was Terry Utley of Knox City, Texas. Terry will receive a certified Texas bred registry cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. And here in the show ring at this time is class 25. This is class number 5 out of 15 crossbred classes. There are 29 entries in this class, and their weights range from 241 to 244 pounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen who are ringside, let's put our hands together one more time for these exhibitors as they leave the show ring.
This is a good class. The black-white footed bear there that the young lady has on the far side, relative to the bear that's second, not only is he just a little better in terms of his neck and where it ties to his shoulder, and I'm not always about that. That bear has just got so much more to him. As you get right up on top of him, out of the back of his shoulder in particular, he rolls up with more shape and he maintains it all the way back there through his hip and down to his stifle. And we had a pair of barrows like this, pair of them there in a couple classes ago where a young man wins, and I said that to me the Barrow's joints were built in him right, but maybe didn't take the longest stride of all of them, but still to me added up all the positives in terms of feature and look and presence, and that's what that Barrow does, with still some good joints laid into him. I'd like to see him travel his hind leg a little further back behind his hip, and I do think that that's where the Barrow in second probably has the advantage, like in that particular class. But whenever you get right on top of him, out of the back of that Barrow's shoulder, he flattens up front through his neck. We've got to clean him up. He's a bit of a sand flipper with his rear feet. Whenever he drives, he's wanting to take his feet and throw them back there behind him and flick some sand back. We've got to open that bear up in his hip, open him up in his stifle, just put more muscle mass into that particular hog. And I know we're talking about 240s, 50s, but that thing still needs a little bit more behind his blade, right in the seat of his pants. I've got to fix his rear foot whenever he drives. Young man's barrow comes out is one that's very athletic as he goes across the ring. I get right up on top of him, and he's the narrowest down his back. He gets a little sway back whenever you get off to the profile of him. Then he closes in his hip. He closes from there down to the ground. A very square, very genuine barrow coming to you that just needs more muscle shape down his top line. The barrow that comes out here in 4 from his shoulder back is one that I like in class from a standpoint of length of body and proportions. I like his length of hip and where his tail root sets on top of it. Coming to you, that's the narrowest chested, to me the most in at his knee out here, and that barrow's got a square in his front feet. He doesn't turn them in, he almost wants to turn them out. I think it's a result because he pulls too far into his knee. The calico barrow comes out here in 5 with some big feet and legs and a good look from the side. He gets a little rounder in his hip and he'll tuck his rear foot up on the front side of his sheath. Then as you get behind him, you'll watch him twist his feet and push his hock. Good class there, very nice top pair. There's more muscle and just feature in the barrow that wins. Congratulations to them all.
Thank you, Miles. That concludes Class 25, and we are now on to our lunch break. Real quickly, here are results from Class 25. In 10th place from the Pottsboro FFA was Cody Copeland. In 9th place from Crawford FFA was Gavin Reich. In 8th from Avoca FFA was Allison Barnes. In 7th from the Brock FFA was Mackenzie Marr. In 6th from Decatur FFA was Leslie Ann Hoyle. In 5th from the Wall FFA was Zach Weisenhun. In 4th from Comfort FFA was Alex Eli. In 3rd from Early FFA was Blaze Cozart. In 2nd from Belton FFA was Marissa Coates. And your class champion from the Ennis FFA was Autumn Burden, barrow weight 242 pounds. Winner of the Certified Texas Bred Registry class champion was Marissa Coates of the Belton FFA, barrow bred by Keith McWilliams of Hearne, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on to our lunch break. And with that in mind, class 26 will be up next after lunch. We will try to have a first call for class 26 between 1 and 1:15. So between 1 and 1:15, we will try to have that first call for class 26. We will try to give you a 5-minute warning or heads up. ladies and gentlemen in the barn, at approximately 1:10 or 10 after 1, we're going to try to make that first call. So in about 8 minutes, we're going to try to, 6 minutes, we're going to try to make that first call right around 1:10. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, we are ready to make a first call for Class 26 Crossbred. This is a first call for Class 26 Crossbreds. Class 26 Crossbred, this will be your second call. Class 26 Crossbred, this will be your second call. Also, if anyone who is in the hospitality tent is missing their glasses, they are still in the tent. If you've lost a pair of glasses and you're in the hospitality tent, they are still there. Attention in the barn, Judge Thomason from Lubbock Cooper FFA, you are needed at the show ring. Judge Thomason from Lubbock Cooper FFA, you are needed at the show ring. Again, Judge Thomason, Lubbock Cooper FFA, we need you to the show ring. Class 26 is being sorted at this time. So if you are in class 26, we need you at the show ring. It is being judged at this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, we have a vehicle that needs moved. It is a green Super Duty F350 pickup, license plate 1LB608. There is a green Super Duty pickup F350 that must be moved immediately. Again, that pickup, green Super Duty F350, 1LB608, must be moved immediately. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors in the show ring at this time. If you would, one more time, let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation. One other announcement regarding loadout this afternoon. You will come in through Lot B, go by the Howdy trailer, and they'll direct you towards the barn to get your tack and such if you need to do any kind of loadout. It is preferred that if you can load out in your pickups without the trailers, that is ideal. And for those of you watching at home, we are on class 26. This is our 6th of 15 crossbred classes. We have 23 entries in this class, and they weigh 245 to 248 pounds. And again, if those of you in the barn would help me, we'd like to recognize our judge, Mr. Miles Tenyus from Highlands, Illinois. If you guys ringside would, let's put our hands together and thank our judge one more time for an outstanding job here at Rodeo Austin. And at this time, class 27 crossbred, this is your first call. Class 27 crossbred, this is your first call. All right, attention in the barn, class 27 Crossbred, second call. Class 27 Crossbred, second call.
Real good class of barrows. The black-headed target hip barrow just comes to me with more feature of the pair of market hogs that surface with muscle and width. He's still really opened up in the bottom side of his hip and the top of his skeleton, but still equally as square. Takes him a bit to maybe catch his feet in a little loose sand out here, but once he does, that barrow squares up and goes away from you like a man-child and comes to you with the same kind of attribute. I guess for me personally, if I'm going to nitpick him, it's right here at the top of his neck and the crest of his neck where it ties into his shoulder and that barrel wrinkled just a little from his loin back into his hip. But to me, that's getting awfully nitpicky on one that's just so bold in his rib, heavier bone than the barrow that's in second, and yet still utilizes the front end of his skeleton just a bit more appropriately. The blue barrow comes out with a big chest. I left him out here for a little bit. That's a muscle hog, guys. It still has a good running gear in him. He's really wide behind as you study him from the upper side of his skeleton down or the bottom side of his framework up above his foundation. For me personally, for all the mass and chub and just bulk that he has up high, his hind leg doesn't match. He's too fragile in his rear leg. I've got to pick him up on his pasterns and just go ahead and square his front feet. I think the extra give that he has, though, up front allows that barrow to just go ahead and maintain a good skeleton and a good drive out of his hip and hind leg as we continue a longer drive, particularly compared to this barrow that's in 3. The belted barrow that's in 3, he's a shot more moderate in his kind. He's a barrow that comes to you real good in his chest, but he wants to close up from there down to the ground and where his front feet plant. He's a barrow that, too, from the profile, just go ahead and elevate him in his shoulder, take his neck, clean it up and extend it and set it higher on top of his blade. Just lengthen that barrow out all the way throughout his rump, throughout his body. To me, then all of a sudden you have a barrow with a tremendous amount of product in his hip and back that ends up, to me, in this class, just a little too short, moderate, and wanting to close up too much there in his front feet. The blue barrow comes to you probably the second best in terms of just genuine feature at the ground. He is a heavy bone rascal that's got a real stout head. I got to clean up his jawline. I want to go ahead and extend him out throughout his neck as you study him on the bottom side of his neck there, and then just go ahead and strengthen his top line up from the profile. And barrow get to going away from you and wanting to twist his rear feet, starting to push one of his hocks just ever so slightly, but I think that's getting really critical on him as well. Young man's a great showman. Young man here that comes next, I told him, I said, as I get up to him, your barrow's about as good as any of them in class in terms of his forerib and mid-body and how he comes out of the back of his shoulder. His hind leg and his front arm there doesn't match him, and he's a little narrower jawed, and I think that's the consequence as you study genuine feature at the ground and just how frail that barrow is. Then he too twists him in up front. I want to lengthen and level his rump out just a bit, but a nice barrow to be sitting where he is. Young man comes out here, and real quick, I want you to give this boy a round of applause because a dang good job done by him and a sporty showman. Really a good young man that drives an awesome kind of a calico barrow in terms of feature and muscle mass. I got to build his hind leg better as he goes away from you. You square that one hock up and let him utilize his hip and hind leg better. Could be a different story in this class, but a great showman on the stick. My compliments to them all. Really a special young man and a great class. Give him a good round of applause.
All right, that concludes Class 26. Class 27, you are needed at the show ring. From Class 26, here are the results. In 10th place from the Sands FFA was Kaylee French. In 9th from Littlefield FFA was Brendan Bowman. In 8th from Lubbock Cooper FFA was Judge Thomason. In 7th from Iowa Park FFA was Sierra Pierce. In 6th from Guadalupe County 4-H was Austin Lee. In 5th from Paradise FFA was Landon Sharp. In 4th from Ennis FFA was Jaden Phillips. In 3rd from Perryton FFA, John Wade. In 2nd from Klondike FFA, Tucker Thixton. And your class champion from the Washington County 4-H was Carson Hoddy. Barrow weighed 247 pounds. And your certified Texas bred registry winner from Class 26 was Carson Hoddy. Barrow was bred by HF Farms of Port Lavaca.
Same spelling. No, I mean, how do we know?
Can you call Callie Wilkes from Hendrickson FFA?
Callie Wilkes from Hendrickson FFA, we need you to the show ring. Callie Wilkes from Hendrickson FFA, we need you to the show ring. Class 27 is being judged. Again, Callie Wilkes from Hendrickson FFA. If you can hear me, you are needed at the show ring. Class 27 is being judged at this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, ringside, we're going to release the young people who are in the show ring. If you would, let's put our hands together and show them a well-deserved round of recognition. All right, class 28 crosses. This is your first call. Class 28 crosses, first call. And again, showmen, family members, if you would, please make that call whether you want that photo, yes or no, before you get to that back gate here in the arena. Please make that decision before you get out that back gate if you want that photo.
It's a really good pair. Again, at the top of this class and just different in their kind. You get up next to this white sock barrow, though, and I mean, he is a beast. It comes out of his shoulders so big. Definitely great down his top line, a beautiful turn to his loin. He's real big in his upper hip. He's equally as square at the ground, and where he sets all four of his feet, the thing comes at you like a banshee, and he'll leave you with the same kind of notion. He's a barrow that I'd just go ahead and stouten his hind leg up just a little bit. Just go ahead and clean him up on the front side of his right rear joint, but I think that's getting really critical of one that just got a lot of good in him. Where to me he beats the barrow in second is not only is he the better headed show pig, but that barrow comes so much better out of the back of his shoulder. His loin ties smoother into his hip. The barrow that's here in second is a shot more moderate in terms of his size. It allows him to balance better in his bone and foot and forearm relative to his length of body. His rib shape's better as you take him right out of the back side of his blade. Barrow's wanting to wrinkle up there over his loin. He's showing a little excess condition up over his neck and on the bottom side of his neck, but he is a stout-legged dude that can still get out and roll. I've got to strengthen the mid part of his back up. I've got to strengthen him up in terms of the way that he comes to you in his face and through his neck, and just see more look and more presence to that barrow, and just go ahead and build his loin better back to his hip, but certainly a good one in two. The one in three comes out, and I certainly like him in terms of just basic build. His type and kind is very good. Not a real big hole in that pig, but whenever you begin to study him, you get up close to him, he's a little shorter and rounder about his hip whenever he goes, but he's a good-legged, square-built one there at the ground. Gets a little narrow face, not as good at the top of his shoulder, but a nice barrow to be sitting where he is. The Calico Barrow comes out with a great presence in the front two-thirds of his body. He's a tall-shouldered, big-chested, big-arm barrow that's got a real stout skull, and it blends way back into a big blade. A barrow that's good in his rib cage and real good in the center of his hip, like where his tail head sits on top of his hip. He drives away from me in his left rear hock, and he wants to turn his left foot. Then he pushes his hock out of his framework. I got to clean him up right in the base of his neck and strengthen his lines up from the side as he gets a little sway back there from the profile. The belted barrow that comes out next here is one that's obviously the heaviest skeleton one in class. Huge feet, huge legs, got a big old stout tail root set up on top of his hip. A barrow that's tremendously opened up right in behind his blade into his forerib and midrib. I don't like his pasterns. I've got to fix those. I got to pick him up and extend him up front. I got to go ahead and smoothen his ham-loin juncture out. Looks like we've tried to put enough condition into him to blend that better. That's still a hole, and I can find it, in my opinion, it needs to be better. Same thing with the blue one. From his mid-body forward, that's a show pig. Got a great look to his head, big-chested, square-footed, big arm barrow. As his loin drives and he drives, his loin wants to dip right in behind his mid part of his body and into his loin. He goes away from you, and he's a frailer hind-legged barrow than he is in his forearm. His right hind leg will push on the outseams of his body wall. We've got to square him up as he goes away. Great class. My compliments to them all. Give them a good round of applause once again.
There you go. Perfect. You're welcome. Maybe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 27 is in the record book, so Class 28, you are needed at the show ring. Here are results out of 27th. In 10th place from Potter County 4-H was Hollis Albright. In 9th from New Braunfels FFA was Kaylee. Excuse me, in 9th place from New Braunfels FFA is Kaylee Puska. In 8th from Bullard FFA is Sydney Crowder. In 7th from Waller FFA is Hayden Snap. In 6th from Lampasas County 4-H is Avery Hobson. In 5th from Perryton FFA is Nolan McGarrah. In 4th from George West FFA is Kevin Harmon. In 3rd from DeWitt County 4-H is Truett Ludke. In 2nd from Dallam Hartley County 4-H was Hattie Besner. and the class champion was Keelan Metter of the Potter County 4-H, show barrow weighing 252 pounds. Your Certified Texas Bred Registry class champion was exhibited by Caitlin Cozart of the early FFA. Breeder of that pig was Ben Cozart of Zephyr. You're on.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the show this afternoon, as with the past day, the Texas Pork Producers Association ADM Arm Show Tech Certified Texas Bred Registry will be recognizing the breeder and the exhibitor of the highest placing Certified Texas Bred Registry barrow in each class. The exhibitors of these barrows will receive an award of $100 and a cap sponsored by ADM Arm Show Tech. The breeders of the barrows will also receive a Breeders' Class Champion cap sponsored by the National Pork Board. The title sponsor for the TPPA Certified Texas Bred Registry is ADM Arm Show Tech. ADM Alliance Nutrition offers consistent, high-quality feed products, supplements, and premixes. Show Tech is a show feeding pig program that provides championship performance through feed technology. This being our last show for the spring, we certainly want to extend a big thank you to ADM Arm Show Tech for their sponsorship of the TPPA's Certified Texas Bred Registry program. ADM is committed to the future of agriculture, and as part of that commitment, they sponsor over $100,000 in scholarship to support agriculture youth. Now, exhibitors, you must bring your completed copy of your CTBR certificate to the class when you're exhibiting your barrow. If for some reason you don't have one, come by the pork producer's table located near the swine show ring, and you can pick up a replacement certificate. When you come, make sure that you bring the name of the breeder and the ear notch of your pig. Once again, if you need a replacement certificate, come by the pork producer's table located near the swine show ring. Bring the breeder's name and the ear notch of your pig.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to dismiss the exhibitors who remain. If you would, let's put our hands together and give them a nice round of applause once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in class 29 Crossbred, this will be your first call. Ladies and gentlemen, in class 29 Crossbred, this will be your first call. In the ring at this time is class 28. In this class are 30 entries that weigh 254 to 257. Class 29 Crossbred, this is your second call. Class 29 Crossbred, this is your second call.
This has been a nice class. A little more challenging to work through, and just to find you a top end or all the way throughout this drive. Structural integrity really started to begin to lack in a few of these show barrows that we had as you studied throughout the drive. We left a lot of power out in the middle of the ring and ended up sorting them out just from a standpoint of their hind leg design, and you'll hear me talk about it, and I have for the last 2 days basically here. So hind leg is definitely something that it always concerns me, and I want to keep them square and keep them as genuine as I can. I think that's where this barrow fundamentally is just the best one. I don't know that he's just one of those hogs that you can call a great one in any one area. He's definitely the heaviest boned and definitely the biggest footed, really big in his hip. As you set him in motion, the barrow's blade will rock forward in him, and he'll want to toe out up front. They've done a good job of trying to fill him up relative to his frame size, but still as you get up close to him, he's plenty tucked up there in the lower part of his rib and through his flank. But where I just see him better than the rest of them in here and rest of his contemporaries is he's just so much stouter, he's so much bolder, and yet still has a very proportional look, and that's why he ends up winning. The belted barrow that stands in second is the most like him. He's very genuine as he comes to you, real genuine as he goes away. Just a good shape to his rib as you get right in behind his shoulder. He's a barrow that wants to run downhill from the profile. He's not nearly as stout in his hind leg and his ankle and rear foot as is the barrow that wins this particular drive. And then up front, he gets a little fragile right up there through his nose, through his jaw. I've got to stouten him up there just to go ahead and correlate him with a bigger kind of a hind leg. Really good presented barrow comes out in third. He's the best in terms of just skin and hair, his presence out here. And man, that young man does a great job presenting him. He's an up-headed, tall-shouldered, really good built one from the profile. As I get right up in front of him, the barrow's got to come to me wider. I get right behind him. He's wanting to twist out in his right rear foot and then let his hock leave his framework, and to be that flat in his stifle and then still push his hocks there where he does, I think that's a big no-no, and we've got to square him up and just still put more muscle into him. The blue hog that comes out next, just fundamentally a nice kind of a hog. Not a real big hole in this barrow, but as you get close to him out here in the middle of the ring, he just flattens quite a bit in his rib. Whenever you set him in motion, again, the top part of his blade will set forward in him. As a result, then he's more of a down-headed kind of a barrow until he gets on his head and tries to bring it up out of him. He's got a good curvature to his front foot and knee, and he sets down good there. But if you watch his blade, I think it's all a result because he travels a little higher in his spine than relative to his shoulder and hip height, and it'll just throw him out of balance. Young man's blue-headed barrow comes out with plenty of muscle and width through him. He needs a stouter hind leg and a stouter arm to go along with his mass up high. He gets to wobbling and just gets a little more awkward out of his hip and hind leg. Biggest thing is he just looks a little dried up and harsh about his rib right now. We've got to just physically fill him back up and make him handle himself better behind to move up. Great class there. Give him a good round of applause. Definitely well deserved.
All right, thank you, Miles, and that concludes Class 28. Class 29, you do need to be at the show ring at this time. Here are results from Class 28. In 10th place from the Northwest FFA, it was Rebecca Riebert. In 9th from Potter County 4-H was Sadie Arnold. In 8th from Haskell FFA is Molly Easterling. In 7th from Brazos County 4-H is Clayton Ramsey. In 6th from Caldwell County 4-H is Landry Brown. In 5th from Paradise FFA is Cody Holloway. In 4th from Hockley County 4-H is Braden Turnbow. 3rd from Reagan County 4-H was Jonathan Hester. 2nd from Fredericksburg FFA was Andon Usner. And in 1st, your class champion from the Marion FFA, Reagan Langmeyer. Barrow weighed 256 pounds. And from this class, your certified Texas Bred Registry winner went to Andon Usner of the Fredericksburg FFA. Show barrow raised by Jared and Carol Usner of Fredericksburg. Congratulations to all those winners. And again, we are on to class 29. This is class 29 crosses that goes up to class 35. Class 29, these barrows will range in weight from 258 to 261 pounds, and there are 36 entries. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our larger classes and very deep in terms of quality, but let's give these young people another nice round of applause as they exit our show ring. And again, this is class 29. It is our 9th out of 15 crossbred classes. It features 36 entries that weigh from 258 to 261 pounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, class 30 crosses, this is your first call. Class 30 crosses, this is your first call. Attention in the barn, class 30 Hamps. This is your second call, class 30 Hamps, second call. The announcer apologizes, class 30 crosses. This is your second call. I was just seeing if y'all were listening.
Well, really a good pair of barrows out here. To me, if you begin to study the pair of them, and obviously, you know, as you're a critic from the outside, you'll say, well, the barrow that wins, this needs to be a little leveler about his hip and just bolder about the lower part of his rib. But what he does have to me is just a joint that works a bit better. The barrow that's in second, his hip tightens up. He's a good jointed barrow. I like where his angles are in him, but that barrow is tightening just a bit as you begin to study his hip. Out here in the sand, his toes are wanting to roll up. So I end up using a barrow that to me is just stouter in his forearm. He's stouter in his hind leg. He's a barrow that opens up better right in the center of his hip. He's a barrow that has more shape right in behind his shoulder blade. He doesn't come without his faults. He'll tuck his hip and he'll tuck his tail head a little further down towards the bottom side of his hip. He's a barrow that's a little drier about his flank and mid-body. But in a pair or in a class where there's maybe not one that just jumps out there, he's a really stout-featured, big-footed one that just keeps going out of his hind leg. I do like a lot of things about the barrow that's in second. Whenever he came in, I was hoping he'd loosen up out of his hip. He hasn't done it. He's never gotten any worse, but he's got to get a little better there. He's a barrow that whenever they drive right to you, at the same time, I'd like to open him up in his chest floor. Now, he's leveler in his hip, and his lines are a little better. There's no doubt about it. So whenever you're looking from the outside in and from the top of the stands, you say that's the better barrel. But whenever you're down on top of him, you understand what I'm talking about. That barrel will flatten in the upper part of his rib. He'll tighten just too much in his hip. He doesn't want to use his hind leg near as good as he needs to, but certainly a better bodied hog whose length and levelness of rump is better. That's an awfully good pair. I just use more shape to their hip. I use more feature. I use, to me, just a bit more functional kind of a hip and hind leg as they go. And I understand that maybe he's just a little rounder, but it lets him go better. The one that's in third, as you begin to study that barrow, he initially came out and I thought, boy, we've got a good class winner, and we'll just go ahead and separate him from there. As that barrow continued to drive, he wanted to fight her a little bit, and then he got tighter. My biggest thing was if you called him just good enough in terms of his width as he goes away from you, he needs more right in the seat of his pants and right in the center of his hip, all the way up there to his pin bones. That barrel wants to narrow and flatten, and then he closes at his hock. He is undoubtedly the heavy structured, big ribbed one in class. We've got to lengthen him up, extend him out there through his neck, shape his back up better, and clean him up right behind his sheath. The one that comes next that the young lady drives is one that got away from her there at the end of the drive, and with his head down, he kind of falls out of balance. He wants to run downhill, then he gets just a little steeper in his hip. He's wanting a wrinkle in his loin. He comes at you as good as anything within the drive, probably leaves you like that too, but he's just plainer in his back. He's plainer in his hip, and that barrel just gets a little bit more general in where he wants to set his spine. The one that comes out next is one that if we could study him on the standstill, guys, I love a lot of things about this barrel. There's the tall-shouldered, real cocky-built one that's got a great shape up into his forerib and an awfully stout kind of an arm in him. Whenever he gets to going, he wants to plant his hind leg outside of his body wall. He sets his rear foot down too hard, but an awfully nice barrel there. Really good class. I think an interesting top pair in different ways that you can pick them and see them. The stouter bone, just more flexible jointed barrel wins.
All right, that concludes Class 29. Class 30, you are needed at the show ring. Here are results out of 29. In 10th place from Hansford County 4-H was J.C. Bergen. In 9th from Oldham County 4-H was Bailey Sides. In 8th from Potter County 4-H is Susan Brugman. In 7th from Goose Creek Memorial FFA, Isabel Gerzoria. In 6th from West Texas FFA, Mason Sargent. In 5th from Corsicana FFA, J.C. Symington. In 4th from Haskell FFA, Casey Easterling. In 3rd from Dumas FFA, Riley Shacker. In 2nd from Potter County 4-H, Stockton Blunt. And your class champion from the Lubbock County 4-H, Jackson Davies. Barrel weight 260 pounds. And out of Class 29, your TPPA ADM Mormons Show Tech Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion was J.C. Symington of Corsicana FFA. The breeder of that pig was Kevin Thomas of Jacksboro, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to clear the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors who leave at this time another nice round of applause. All right, attention, class 31. This is your first call. Class 31 Crossbred, this is your first call. Class 31 Crossbred, this is your second call. Class 31 Crossbred, this is your second call.
But I don't know about you guys from the outside looking in, but we've seen a lot of classes so far, and we get into one that's just real deep, guys. I think, you can run 5 deep in here with some of them that could be class winners in multiple classes that we've seen today. I had to just make sure that this barrel that I ended up starting with was what I thought he was. Whenever that thing came back through there, through that sift pin, and he came like at that chest floor, and he came at me like that, and he left me like that, and his hind leg got out here and moved like it did. You just don't build them like him every day and be that stout in his features, be that good looking, be that perfect in their rib, that good in their shape, that good in terms of squareness. That is an awfully, awfully good show pig. I don't care what color he is, what size he is, that one there's darn good. And I think, the young man does an absolute phenomenal job driving him. He gets off the whip and that thing wants to run, guys. I mean, he stays on him because the only thing he wants to do is just take off across this ring and show you what an athlete he is. He's a really, really good one in here. Then maybe the heavier bone one's in second, and boy, that thing crosses you, and he spreads that wide in his blade and the mid part of his back and up through his chest floor, and I love him a great deal. It's whenever I get right behind him, I'm hesitant to call him a class winner because not only does he tighten in his rear foot, he straightens a bit in his hock. They've got him clipped out to try to show more shape into his hip. That barrow's too flat in his stifle in the lower part of his hip. He flattens right in the center of his hip. But boy, does he spread wide up high. Man, is he fresh in his loin. Does he have a huge shoulder blade in him? It's as big as we've seen. He's got to be better going away from you. Incredible good pair of hogs. My compliments to both of those young men. Young ladies, Barrow comes out, and this is the one I'm talking about. In multiple classes, that build, that feature, that look and presence can win. We get to whipping on him up front, and then he wants to just do that with his front feet. I want her to lay back off that, and I think then you can study one that you like in terms of just his angles. You like his width as you get behind him. Really a fresh presented Barrow in his skin and hair that opens good behind, stays square on his rear feet, and goes away from you good. One I'd like to have on feet any day. The Barrow that's in 4 is a great looking dude from the profile. The way his line set in him makes him look dead sexy from the side, and he's got a big hind leg to go along with it, a strong front foot, and a big, big forearm. He's a Barrow, as you get right up close to him, will flatten in his body, and then as a consequence, he comes narrower down his top line. He's got to be more opened up in the shape to his back. I love his feature. I like his foundation. I've got to open that Barrow's top line up to move him up a spot. The Barrow that comes in 5 is a real big rib market hog that handles his hind wheels good. This Barrow will come to you just a little flatter in his blade. As a result, he comes narrower from his chest down to the front foot, or down to his front foot here into the sand. He's a Barrow we've got a square in his knee, but man, as you talk about one that can just motor behind, he was just a little longer bodied and stronger topped and better looking up front than the Blue Barrow was that exited the ring. The Blue Barrow was real massive, just had to make him a little better in his top line, his pasterns, just a little chubby for my liking. What a good class. Give him a good round of applause. That was an incredibly good top pair.
Having fun? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here are results for Class 30 momentarily, but remember Class 31, we do need you at the show ring. In Class 30, in 10th place from the Whitesboro FFA, Brooks Barker. In 9th from Canyon, New Braunfels FFA, Matt Campbell. In 8th from Carson County 4-H, Colton Ingram. In 7th, from Jim Ned FFA, Laney Allen. In 6th, from Rains FFA, Jake Hooten. In 5th, from Stamford FFA, Sarah Richards. In 4th, from Randall County 4-H, Callie Hawkins. In 3rd, from Anderson County 4-H, Molly Boswell. In 2nd, from the Whitesboro FFA, Cody Wolf. And your class champion from the McCullough County 4-H, Wade Appleton. Show barrow weighed 265 pounds. Also, your certified Texas bred registry class champion was Wade Appleton of McCullough County 4-H. Breeder of the pig was Dan Young of Burt Burnett. Attention, Harrison Metter from Deaf Smith 4-H. We need you at the show ring. Harrison Metter from Deaf Smith County 4-H. You are needed at the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to open our gate and release the young people who remain. One more time, let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation. Attention in the barn, class 32 crosses. This is your first call. Class 32 crosses. This is your first call. Class 32 crosses, second call. Class 32, second call.
Great class here, a really good class winner as you just begin to study him into a heavier weight kind of a setting. That barrow is very fresh. He's got a great look to him. He comes and goes the squarest while still doing it with the most muscle. He ain't the stoutest bone one that we've ever seen or just the stoutest headed one, but what he does have is just the attributes of a good class winner and a good market hog, and yet still profiles like a show pig and comes to you good and leaves you good. The barrow that's in second, he's the bigger ribbed one. As you get out behind his shoulder, he opens up wider there in his mid body and into his forerib. A barrow that to me is deeper sided, but whenever you get up to study him up on the top part of his skeleton, this barrow will want to fade in his muscle just a bit. He'll shape up good right in the mid part of his loin. It looks like we've tried to get that back together in him, and when we do that, then his gut gets bigger and he looks physically just a little overfull. As that barrow goes away from me, that's where I'm the most hesitant to call him a class winner. He just flattens too much in his hip. He closes too much in the center of his hip. He just, bottom line, just needs a little bit more butt whenever he goes away from you. The barrow that's in third does have that. He has more shape there in his lower hip and his stifle. He's a heavier bone barrow of that particular pair, and from the profile looks a lot more like your class winner in terms of elevation and length of body, where his loin ties into his hip. He pinches, and then as that barrow comes right at you, he's got to be wider in his chest, and we've got to set his knee more appropriately back into his forearm, and then he just wants to rock upright in his rear foot. I've got to set that down, make his rear foot more angular in his heel, and just drop him down there, spread his toes bigger to let him get out of his hind leg with more comfort and reach. He does have the advantage in muscle of the pair. I've just got to build the rear end of his skeleton a bit better. The blue one comes out, and this young lady's a hammer on the stick. I mean, she gets that barrow's head up and gets him to get that chubby kind of a neck to tie up higher into his shoulder. Whenever his head goes down, then the barrow comes in too many pieces. He rolls forward in his blade. He rolls just up too tight there in the top part of his neck. He wants to bunch up in his face. Then he rolls in his hip, and he'll take his rear foot, and if you watch it go, it'll come right in front of his sheath, and he'll duck in his hip, get up underneath himself. Biggest thing is whenever that barrow goes away from you, I just got to square him up in his rear feet and his hock. He's a really stout bone rascal, though. He's great in his body. He comes out of the back of his shoulder just a bit better than does this barrow that's in 5. Barrow that's in 5, nothing really wrong with him. He's a little staler in his skin and hair, might be more in his working clothes out here, but whenever you just study feature and you study length of hip and elevation up front, that barrow has a lot of quality. I get up in front of him though, and this barrow flattens at the top of his blade, and then as a consequence, from there all the way back to the upper part of his hip, he flattens too much and narrows in his back and doesn't have as much shape there. Good class though, great class winner. Congratulations again to them all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenius. That concludes Class 31. Class 32, we do need you at the show ring at this time. Class 32, you are needed at the show ring at this time. Real quickly, results from Class 31. In 10th place from Navarro County 4-H was Brandon Perkins. In 9th from Williamson County 4-H was Ashlyn Cates. In 8th from O'Donnell FFA was Slade Scroggins. In 7th from Deaf Smith County 4-H was Harrison Metter. In 6th from Jim Ned FFA was Hayden Sanders. In 5th from the Tom Green County 4-H was Dylan Gidney. In 4th from Hockley County 4-H was Riley Reap. In 3rd from Alney FFA was Hannah Hilton. In 2nd from Donley County 4-H was Coit Tuchek. And your class champion from the New Home FFA, Jake Tabor.
We're needing Brennan Benson from Idalou FFA.
Brennan Vinson of Idalou FFA in Class 32, you are needed at the show ring. Brennan Vinson, Idalou FFA, you are needed at the show ring. And here is your Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion out of Class 31. Goes to Hannah Hilton of the Alney FFA. Breeder of the pig was Ginger Hilton of Alney, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside one more time. Let's give a nice round of applause to these exhibitors who are being dismissed from the arena. Hope to see them back in future years. All right, ladies and gentlemen in the barn, class 33, this is your first call. Class 33, this is your first call. Class 33 Crosses, second call. Class 33 Crosses, second call.
Man, this is an awesome class. You know, there's times where the top three get so interesting. I keep going back to the Calico Barrow, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not a huge Calico fan, but man, whenever you just study the bottom of his skeleton and where his feet set to the top side of his framework, he is without a doubt the most genuine show pig within class. Whenever those two barrows drive right away from me, this barrow stays square in his rear feet. He stays square in his left hock. He's the better headed barrow of that particular pair, who comes out of the back of his shoulder with more natural shape in his back. He, to me, whenever you just study all four of his paws and you watch him come to you, you watch him go away from you, nothing ever deviates. Now, he's a barrow I'd like to maybe just lengthen his rump a little bit, set that tail head up a little further on top of it, but I think we're getting really critical of an awfully good one that you've got to get on top of, behind, and in front of to really be impressed by. Young lady, I tell you, there's a lot of times with a barrow with that stout of a feature and that kind of a rib shape that I'll tie to every time, and there's probably some on the outside that may still do it. His hind legs get to swaying and swinging, and I've got to square his left hind leg up as he gets to going away from me. I've got to tie his neck better to his shoulder. I need to clean him up right there in the bottom side of his jaw. He's a little shorter face, but boy, whenever you talk about one that is stout, is really powerful, he's awfully good. His left hind leg needs to be better. We've got to get critical on him. His foot twists down here. I want to say it's the sand. I look at his hock. I look at his toes. I look at his feet, his ankle. That barrow has to be better in that specific area. Young man, from the profile, you have got one, and I'm sure if you're watching at home on video or you're up in the stands from the profile, that is absolutely deadly. I mean, he is a good-looking, big-backed one that tremendously opens up tremendously wide in the upper part of his hip. I told you I had to get critical on him, and as soon as that barrow goes away from me, as much mass as he has in his upper body and right in the center of his loin, guys, this one will close down at the ground behind as he goes away from you. His left hind leg wants to just start to step on the outside of his foot. He'll push his hock just a bit. His right hind leg, I know this sounds weird, but it looks stouter out here than his left one does, and I know that that sounds really minute and something that maybe not everybody sees, but whenever you get up close to him, you understand what I'm talking about. His right ankle there and his right foot is bigger than that left hind leg, and the barrows that are right in front of him come to you better from their knee down to the ground. I want him built like that 110% from the profile, though I wish he had the width and feature that the two barrows do right ahead of him. The barrow that comes here in fourth is one that just continued to move himself up the line. I told that young man, I said, you have got to get him going because you really have a good pig. He's one that's square. He's very genuine. He's compositionally correct and has a tremendous amount of muscle. That barrow gets it going and he'll tighten and come forward in his blade. We've got to open him up in his chest and the lower side of his hip as he goes away. That's where the belted one has the advantage. This is a massive top, big hip kind of a barrow that comes to you good through his blade. He's got to open up at the ground. He needs a stouter hind leg, and we need to level his rump out whenever he goes and let his hind leg set down with more comfort. That was a great class. There's a very genuine, good built one to win, a good stout one to be second, very close placing, just a better rear foot and hind leg in the barrow that wins.
Thank you, Miles. And Class 32 is now in the record books. Class 33 is in the staging area. Results out of 32, in 10th place from Lamesa FFA was Taylor Mann. In 9th from Hockley County 4-H was Adeline Utley. In 8th from George West FFA, Laney Mosley. In 7th from Throckmorton FFA, Sarah Jeter. In 6th from Wise County 4-H is Carson Reed. In 5th from Klondike FFA is Cameron Riddle. In 4th from the Austin Bowie FFA is Justin Duarte. In 3rd from Potter County 4-H is Brian Brugman. In 2nd from Randall County 4-H is Claire McCormick. And your class champion from the Ponder FFA, Trevor Sanders, barrel weighing 270 pounds. And from that class, your certified Texas Bred Registry class champion goes to Trevor Sanders of Ponder. Breeder of the hog is Josh Vincent of Howe, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors who leave the show ring at this moment. Great representatives of 4-H and FFA. Attention in the barn, class 34 crossbreds. This will be your first call. Class 34 crossbreds, this is your first call. Also, just an announcement for our first and second place crossbred showmen. Remember, before those barrows enter the show ring, they will be reweighed. Again, on our first and second place crossbred showmen, those barrows will be reweighed before they enter the show ring. Also, to our breed and reserve breed winners, those barrows will also be reweighed before they enter the show ring.
A little tougher class to evaluate the belted barrow. He's not out there anywhere, but again, if you just study him at the sand and then you square him from there up, he's the squarest one as he comes to you in his knee and where it sets in his forearm. He's a square one as he goes right away from you, particularly in his right rear leg and his joint. He's not the heavier bone one of that pair. He's not the stouter armed one. He's not the bolder backed one. But what he is just to me the one that squares the best. I want to lengthen and level his rump out. I want to elevate him right at the point of his shoulder to really call him an elite class winner. But out here in just a mix of market hogs where structure to me is a limitation as you get through them, this barrow is the squarest off of both ends. I love a lot of things about the barrow that's in second, guys. And whenever he came through, I questioned his hind leg just a bit. Whenever he came back out that first drive and I pinned him right back, I thought he was square enough because that thing is stout bone. He's great ribbed. He's great in his back shape. As soon as I get behind him, his right hind leg has got to be within the inseams of his framework better. He twists his right rear foot and pushes his hock out of his body. I want to just elevate him at his shoulder there, tie his neck a little higher into his shoulder, but really a massive chested one coming to you. I'd pick him up on his pastern just ever so slightly and put his knee back into his arm a little bit better. My biggest criticism of him in this class is how he utilizes his right hind leg. If we can square that up, then all of a sudden he's a class winner. Some will look past it. I'm a structure freak. That's where it's got to be better in my opinion. The black barrow comes out, and if he had the rib of the barrow that's in second, man, you could talk about one all day that is good looking, elevated, great looking up front, just really sharp, but down his top and his loin edge, real big in his hip. Whenever that barrow gets to going, he's a little tighter in his hip. Whenever you watch him motivate to move, I get right up close to him, and that barrow really flattening and tightening his heart, body, and his flank. And then as I get right behind him, as wide as that barrow is in the upper part of his skeleton, I want to go ahead and just continue that width from all the way to the ground, and especially whenever he comes right to you. Blue barrow right here, blue speckled neck barrow, not a big hole in him, a good productive kind of a market hog, little plainer in his look, little plainer in his back, a barrow that comes at you and toes in right there through his neckline. We've got to clean him up and just set him down in the crest of his neck, not near as much muscle in his hip as a couple of the other ones. This young man's a hammer sticking one. I mean, he gets that barrow's head up and he gets that barrow driving from the side, and it's hard to beat him. Whenever he comes to me and goes away from me, that barrow's too narrow in his chest, as big as he is up there. He closes at his rear feet. I've got to stouten his bone work up to just go ahead and match the upper part of his framework. He's a barrow, though, that's got a great look and flex and reach from the side. Good showman there on the stick. Congratulate them all. Very good class to work through.
Thank you, Mr. Tenius, excuse me. Class 33 is in the books. Class 34 is in the staging area. With that, here are results out of Class 33. In 10th place from George West FFA was Zach Pankey. In 9th from Wilbarger County 4-H was Megan Ward. In 8th from O'Donnell FFA is Parker Gass. In 7th from Whitesboro FFA, Evan Rogers. In 6th from George West FFA, Christopher Valdez. In 5th from Klondike FFA, Kelby O'Brien. In 4th from Anderson Shiro FFA, Kayla Hansen. In 3rd from Potter County 4-H, Hans Albrocht. In 2nd from Merkel FFA, Aubrey Garner. And your class champion from the Mason County 4-H, Dakota Martin. And from Class 33, your Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion, sponsored by the TPPA and ADM Mormons, was Aubrey Garner of Merkel FFA, barrel raised by Underdog Genetics of Merkel. Attention, Carrie Schulte of the Nazareth FFA. We need you to the show ring. Carrie Schulte. Quick announcement to our first and second place crossbred showmen. We will be calling those up separately when the time comes. We will call our first place, and then after we get those up here and staged, we will call our second place crossbred barrows. And again, for those of you at home, we are on class 34. This is the next to last of 15 cross classes. There are 27 entries in this class, and they weigh from 278 to 280 pounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, at this time we will dismiss the exhibitors who remain in our show ring. If you would, let's put your hands together one more time. All right, class 35 crosses. This is your first call. Class 35 crosses, this is your first call. Class 35 Crossbreds, this is your second call. Class 35 Crossbreds, we need you to the show ring.
Great pair of blue barrows at the top of the drive. The barrow that I start with, to me, not only is composition better, but he's a stouter hind-legged barrow that's got a great running gear. He is great looking from the profile. He's a barrow that opens good in his chest. I'd open him just a skosh more in his upper rib and down his top line. To me, though, his hip and hind leg assembly, his feature, his width at the ground, all ends up making him a very easy class winner in my opinion, and yet still just continues the drive and does it without hesitance. The barrow that's in second's got a bigger back laid in him. He rolls up in his upper body better. He spreads out of his loin and back into his upper hip better, and yet still maintains width to the ground. The barrow's a little more upright in his shoulder as we drive his head up towards the sky. That barrow's a little chunky at the top of his neck and wants a wrinkle there. Biggest thing about him is he's too small in his ankle, he's too fragile in his arm relative to the amount of chub he's carrying up high. It just doesn't balance in proportion very well. This young man's a good one on the stick, and he's got a barrow that'll come to you really good in his chest floor. He's as stout-boned as anything within drive. As I get right up in front of him and study him from his blade down to his front foot, the barrel closed just a bit. As I get off to the side of him, he wants to get a little sway backed, and where it ties into his ham-loin junction, right behind him where he's at in terms of his mid-body, where he's at right in the center of his hip, the barrel really wants to close up. I just like to see more width in the lower part of his framework, all the way from there down to the ground. But really a good presented barrel from the profile he does a great job with. The barrel that's in four, good looking, really heavy bone hog behind, sets down great in his rear foot, too steep in his hip, too upright in his chine, and where it lays into his blade, too flat in his rib cage as you get behind him. A good class there. Congratulations again to them all. Very nice class winner.
All right, congratulations to our Class 34 showman. Class 35, the final crossbred class. We do need you at the show ring. With that, Class 34 results. In 10th place from Washington County 4-H is Alden Schrader. In 9th place from Byron Nelson FFA, Heston Edwards. In 8th from Prosper FFA is Ashton Carr. In 7th from Callahan County 4-H, Ryder Ratliff. In 6th from Robertson County 4-H, Brooke Elkins. In 5th from Montgomery County 4-H is Sierra Reynolds. In 4th from Sands FFA is Madeline Nichols. In 3rd from Friendship FFA is Walker Wyatt. In 2nd from Johnson County 4-H is Lindsey Jones. And your class champion from the Dumas FFA, Mackenzie Venable. Barrow weighed 280 pounds. And the winner of the TPPA ADM Mormon Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry was Lindsey Jones of Johnson County 4-H, barrow bred by Dubstep of Cleburne, Texas. Cutter Metter, Potter County 4-H, you're needed at the show ring. Cutter Metter, Potter County 4-H, you're needed at the show ring. And ladies and gentlemen, in the ring is Class 35 crosses. At this time, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors who remain in the show ring. Once again, let's put our hands together and show these 4-Hers and FFAers a well-deserved round of applause. To our first and second place crossbred showmen, please note we were going to call first up on the first go, and then we will call seconds on a second call. Here in just a moment, first place exhibitors, be ready. We're going to give you that first call in just a moment. Also, just for information, the grand champion drive will occur just as soon as we can get the ring cleared of our crossbred. So as soon as we can kind of get our crossbred arena cleared out, we will call those breed champions and move into that drive just as quickly as we can after selection of champion cross. All right, first place crosses. This is your first call. Our first place crossbred showman. This is your first call to the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first place Crossbred Showman. This is a second call. First place Crossbred Showman. This is a second call.
Was we in the day here on your last class of Crossbred Barrows, the critics of my class winner will say Mozzie needs to come to you just a little better in terms of his knee and down to the ground, and I wouldn't disagree. Past that, there's the heavy bone, really big hip barrow that just handles his hip and hind leg better. His loin ties towards his hip smoother. He's incredibly widespread in the upper part of his skeleton. He's so wide and massive as he goes away from you. If I could get him to open up front like he is behind, man, all of a sudden you've got one I think's just a monster. And it'll be interesting still to see where that barrel is set, because he is so bold in his forerib, so big in his back, and so fresh in his rib. Be very interesting kind of a hog as he comes back. Looks like he just maybe got a little hold on him as you start to study his chest floor. You wouldn't tell it by his body design. I'd think that he's probably just one of those naturally soft-ribbed hogs, but he's just so massive and powerful out here. The barrow that's in second's a little sharper looking up front, and he does come at you better in his knee. He's a barrow, the longer the drive continues, wants to take his hind leg and stab it on the outside of his body wall. He's a little more fragile about his head and about his neck there, and then as you begin to study his ankle and his foot and his forearm, everything just kind of tells the story of a barrow that just needs to get to going better. It looks like he's so full right now, obviously, and then that barrow wants to start to push his hind leg. The barrow that comes in here 3 from his mid-body forward is one of those barrows that's very bold in his rib, really big in his shoulder blade. This barrow's wanting to round in his hip and take his hind leg and drag it up underneath himself on the go. I want to see him use his hock better further back behind him whenever we drive him. I want more shape right in the mid part of his back for a heavyweight hog, and just to spread him wider at his pins as he goes away. Really good looking, heavy bone barrow comes in 4, a hog that needs a square in his hind leg and opened up better all the way throughout his skeleton. He just looks a little more one-dimensional out here. The hog that'll drive next, the young lady has the blue barrow. Obviously, as you get on top of him, has class advantages in terms of width and spread. As that barrow comes to me, he does it upright in his blade and in at his knee. As he goes away from me, he sets his hind 2 down real deep and hard into the sand. We've got to just stretch him, reach him, and have his comfort level better as we bring him back out here. That was a great class to end on. Give him a good round of applause, and we'll get you a champion cross here relatively shortly.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tenyas. That concludes our placing classes on the day. Give us just a moment to get our Crossbred first place winners restaged and weighed at the scales. With that, real quickly, here are results out of Class 35. In 10th place from Pearland FFA was John Brady Morgan. In 9th place from Maypearl FFA was Kylie Burns. In 8th from Brazoria County 4-H was Corey Atchison. In 7th from Jim Ned FFA was Tegan Cloud. In 6th from the Bullard FFA was Aaron Johnson. In 5th from New Braunfels FFA was Skylar Puska. In 4th from Lamb County 4-H was Braylon Pointer. In 3rd from Haskell County 4-H was Sarah Campbell. In 2nd from the Ballinger FFA was Jenna Battle. And your class champion from the Potter County 4-H was Cutter Metter. Barrow weighed 280 pounds. And real quickly, your ADM, or your Mormons Showtech Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion out of Class 35 was Jenna Battle of Ballinger FFA. Breeder of that hog was Matt and Curry Allen of Avelo.
Take one more call for first place crossbred.
All right, if you have a first place crossbred Barrow, we need you to the show ring. If you have a first place crossbred Barrow, we need you to the show ring. We're missing 2 head. All right. So first place, you need it here. Second place, this is your first call. Second place, crossbred Barrows, this is your first call. Diane, are these new? All right, second place crossbred showman, we do need you at the show ring. Second place crossbred showman, we do need you at the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to select a champion Crossbred Barrow. We've got 15 classes represented, and we are ready to start out of Class 21 with Miss Georgia Besner from the Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. Coming out of Class 22 from the Spearman FFA, Mr. Jonathan Crowell. Out of Class 23 from the Bullard FFA, Cole Phillips. Coming out next in Class 24, Caroline Cleveland of the Lubbock Cooper FFA. Coming out next in Class 25, Autumn Burden of the Ennis FFA. From Class 26, Carson Hody from Washington County 4-H. Coming out from Class 27, Keelan Metter from Potter County 4-H. Class 28, Reagan Langmeyer from Marion FFA. Class 29, Jackson Davies, from Lubbock County 4-H. Class 30, Wade Appleton, McCullough County 4-H. Class 31, Jake Tabor of the New Home FFA. Next out from Class 32, Mr. Trevor Sanders of Ponder FFA. Coming out in Class 33, Ms. Dakota Martin of the Mason County 4-H. Coming out of Class 34, Mackenzie Venable from the Dumas FFA. And out of Class 35, Cutter Metter from the Potter County 4-H. We've got a lot of fans in the crowd, and with that, could everybody put their hands together and recognize all these crossbred showmen that have been through the ring today?
Well, again, give it up one more time for those crossbred exhibitors. It's definitely well deserved. Now, this is your drive of the crossbreds for 2016 here at the Austin Barrow Show, and the crossbreds have been nothing short of just incredible all the way from Class 1 to the very last class. And there's a few of those classes that as you look through them, you think about them, maybe just a shot more challenging to go ahead and soar. These are the kind of barrows I like because not only are they barrows that continue to drive with stoutness and feature, but they do it with athleticism. Every time at home, whether we're showing barrows or whatever it is, we'll at times probably give up some muscle, we'll give up a little bit of width to get one that's great looking and big featured that can go all day. And I think we've got a group of them out here that do that very well. But then they have the extra attributes it takes to be named a big-time show barrow. And I think as you look through them, and if you don't like them, then you're probably not on the same page as I am in terms of build. We don't like them the same in terms of length, maybe. And I don't know that they always have to be the same length in terms of nose to tail or the back side of their hip or anything. I just truthfully think that good hogs are built in different shapes and sizes. You just have to find the ones that square the best at their foundation and then up above their body whenever you begin to study them. It comes down to a couple of them out here, and I thought to myself, would I pin some of them and then bring them back out, or would I just let them drive? 3 of them hit me pretty hard whenever they came back out, and I know that those 3 are the ones that I want in competition and in contention out here. I'm going to take a look at them, but I do think that there's one out here that is awfully special. I mean, in terms of bone and feature, look, squareness, and muscle, and yet still a great running gear. It probably does come down to 2 of them. One of them, to me, may square better at the ground as they go right away from you. One of them maybe has a bigger rear foot and a bigger arm. It'll be, a challenge as we get back to them, but I'm going to take a good look at them. I think we'll end up with 2 really impressive market hogs to be named your champion in reserve out here in your crossbred division. Give it up for them again. I'll get you a champion. It's been an awesome crossbred show.
And our champion crossbred showman goes to Mr. Wade Appleton of the McCullough County 4-H. Thank you, Hope. Give us just a moment to reweigh that second placed hog out of Class 30. All right, coming out representing Class 30 with the second place barrow, Mr. Cody Wolf of the Whitesboro FFA. All right, breed and reserve breed champions, this is your first call. Breed and reserve breed champions, this is your first call.
That was fun. As you get towards the crosses here, there's always different shapes and sizes and different kinds of them. Like I said, I was just very comfortable in those. That barrel that wins, guys, hit me real hard, and he came back out here, and amongst the group of them, not only did he come at you the truest, but he left you the truest. Still did it with a big hind leg and a clean joint. He's a barrel that's running gear was good. He was so good at the point of his shoulder and the freshness behind it, the squareness to his blade. I think there's another one out here I do like quite a bit, and from the outside looking in, if you like them powerful or do you like them pretty, whatever you do, there's all different tricks of the trade out here. The barrel that comes in that was second to him in class, I talked about just a hammer in terms of the way that he's built in his shoulder. He's a big stout forearm barrel that comes out of his shoulder expressive. He maintains it all the way to the top of his hip. You get right behind him and that barrel want to flatten up in his stifle and flatten in his hip. He doesn't want to push his hind leg way back behind him like I'd like to see him, and sit down with enough comfort in his rear foot. The one I like to be reserve out here does that, and he's one that I love in terms of his profile. I love his feature. I love his foot size. I think to me he's a show barrel out here amongst the group of them. I wish I could spread his back just a little bigger. I wish I could spread him down and just square him just a nickel at the ground, but I think he's so big-footed. Whenever you watch him plant, you watch him drive, that barrel squares up awfully good. A lot of unique pieces in him. Really good kind of a champion. The one with athleticism, the one with feature, the one with look, the one with still enough bulk is right here. Congratulations to her.
All right, congratulations goes to Mackenzie Venable of the Dumas FFA, the exhibitor of the Reserve Champion Crossbred for 2016 Rodeo Austin. Breed and Reserve Breed Champions, this is your second call. Breed and Reserve Breed Champions, this is your second call. We do need you headed to the show ring. Breed and reserve breed champions, we do need you to the show ring. Breed and reserve breed champions, we do need you to the show ring, both top and reserve. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are about ready to wrap up our Junior Barrow Show at Rodeo Austin for 2016. We are going to start off and we're going to parade our reserve breed champions out at this time in just a moment. And we're going to start off in show order. And driving our reserve breed champion Duroc is Mr. Calvin Spencer from Colorado City, Texas, a member of the Colorado FFA. Calvin's barrow weighed 267 pounds. Coming out next, driving the reserve champion dark OPB, Mr. Connor Crownover from Sunray, Texas, representing the Sunray FFA. His barrow weighed 260 pounds. Coming out next, your reserve champion white OPB showman, Miss Lily Appleton of Brady, Texas, representing the McCullough County 4-H. Her barrow weighed 269 pounds. Coming out with your reserve champion Hampshire, Miss Kirsten Smith of Sweetwater, Texas, representing the Sweetwater FFA. Her barrow weighed 258 pounds. Coming out with your reserve champion Yorkshire barrow, Miss Brecklin LeCompte of the Perryton FFA in Perryton, Texas. Barrow weighed 262. And coming out from our Crossbred division, exhibitor of the Reserve Champion Cross, Mackenzie Venable of Dumas, Texas, and the Dumas FFA. Her barrow weighed 280. Everyone, let's put our hands together for all of our reserve breed champion showmen. Quite an honor. Over the past 2 days, we have exhibited over 900 head of barrows, which is a record for Rodeo Austin. That was out of 1,700 pre-entries, and these are the final 12 that remain. So congratulations to all of these young people. And at this time, we're going to return those reserve champions to their pens. And in just a moment, we'll bring out our breed champion winners. All right. Driving our breed champion Duroc, Mr. Jackson Collier from Snyder, Texas, representing the Snyder FFA. His barrow weighed 275 pounds. Coming out next, the exhibitor for the dark OPB division, your breed champion, Malia Harper of Amherst, Texas, representing the Lamb County 4-H. OPB barrow weighed 262. Coming out with the white OPB champion, Mr. Hudson Hutchison of Wolforth, Texas, representing the Friendship FFA. His white barrow weighed 280 pounds. Coming out next with your champion Hampshire, Miss Madison Miller of Waller, Texas, and the Waller FFA. This barrow weighed 280 pounds. Here comes your champion Yorkshire barrow, shown by Mr. Colt Wolf from Whitesboro, Texas, and the Whitesboro FFA. His barrow weighed 280 as well. And coming out with our champion Crossbred from Brady, Texas, representing the McCullough County 4-H, Mr. Wade Appleton, show barrow weighing 265 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of these outstanding exhibitors over the past 2 days. And at this time, while our judge, Mr. Miles Tenius, gives these barrows a quick look over, we'd like to recognize our 2 executive committee members we have, Mr. President-elect Eddie Ledesma. Thank you, Eddie. And our Secretary-Treasurer for 2016, Mr. Lance Lively. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these 2 gentlemen for being here. Also, while we have just a moment, we'd like to thank our buckle donors for this year's show. We would like to recognize our Rodeo Austin Swan Committee, led by Miss Marie Pesh and Mr. Bob Bishop. And we'd also like to thank all of the West Texas A&M University students from the Ag Science program at West Texas A&M for all they've done. If you would, help me recognize all of those people as well.
I don't know if anybody else's heart's racing, but mine sure is. I'm sure if you're a parent or a family member of one of the exhibitors out here, or even just a bystander that's friends of them, whenever you are, you have to be darn excited. Guys, I've went through the last 2 days, and I'm trying to keep homes built right. I've tried to keep them right at the ground. I've tried to keep them right in their foundation and then build them wide from there. Keep them squaring underneath themselves and squaring inside themselves behind is a tough challenge right now. And I breed some hogs, and there's a lot of breeders out there that do it a whole lot better than I do. And obviously, they bring them back out and represent themselves very well. So as a breeder, you should be very happy in where we're at in terms of just some feature, in terms of look, and yet still build. I'm not telling you your champions out here anything that are perfect, but I do really like them. To me, they're hogs that are sound and comfortable and agile on their feet and legs, and they put a lot of good things together, but then they have the extras. And if you're looking at home or whether you're standing up on top of there, you've got 2 totally different views of what I do. I get down on top of them, I watch them come to me on a hard surface, and I watch them leave me on it, and I get up on top of those barrows to see where they're at in their muscle and where they're at in their freshness, and these were the barrows that I came to every time. I know there's some holes in them, and you guys can point them out too. It's real easy to stand along ringside and do those things and say, hey, just let them stand. Just let them stand. You ain't got to drive them. It's real easy to stand along ringside and say, gather up with your buddies and have a cold drink or whatever you got, and then say, man, I like that one. That's the one, and then 5, 6, 10 of you get that in your head, and then it goes back to the barn, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, the judge is a dummy. And it's so many times, and when we laugh about it, guys, I laugh about it too, because we watch it happen so many times now. I don't know how many livestock shows that I've left within the last few years that I haven't heard either that guy did a great job or he did an awful job. And they subject that just simply because of that person that's placing their livestock. There is so much money, there's so much time, and there's so much involvement in this thing that people take it personal whenever you beat their animals. And I don't think that's the way that this thing's supposed to go. I understand. You know what? Maybe you had a good one. Maybe you thought you should be out here. I totally understand that. Get you one that looks like him. Bring him back next year. We'll try it again. Bring it back the year after. I hope as you stand around ringside, if I get the opportunity to come back another year, that you know exactly what I want. I want them good built. I want them square-footed. I want muscle shape. I want presence. And I want them to balance and proportion properly. That's what all these hogs do. They ain't perfect. I said that. But there's so many times that we get to challenging a judge and his opinions, and we criticize them, that we just forget to look at the livestock that's in front of you and actually pick those apart a little bit and try to figure out which ones they are and why he did what he did or why she did what she did. And I tell you that because this is a livelihood of mine. I buy and resell hogs. I have 35 sows at home with my uncle and my dad, and we work our tails off to try to get better. We don't put hogs in a champion drive every day, but we have 35 sows and not enough money to do it, and we continue to do it every time because we love this industry and we have a true passion for it, okay? Last couple days, I'm going to tell you, my mom's watched online. And yesterday, they came to me and we were laughing because they said, hey, your mom's... They came to me and they told me, they said, your mom's watching online, and I said, you know, that's awesome. I always try to get her out of the house, and I tried her to get out here. And I was telling the folks today, I said, you know, my mom's 63 years old, looks like she's 45, just a smoking, good-looking lady. And she's one of those that whenever she gets out of the house, you know, she's one of those that all the guys are looking at and everything, and then my buddies are giving me heck about. And I can't get her to travel very far with me to come and watch some of these things, but whenever the Rodeo Austin can put it online and let them do that, and let my friends and my family see those things whenever they don't get to travel with me, that's pretty special to me. My mom's real special to me, and you know, like I said, she got on there and made some comments yesterday, and I thought it was funny. I had several texts from good buddies and said that they were laughing there at home watching and reading the comments, but that's what she does because she loves me. And you know what, I don't care how old I am. She wants to keep telling everybody that. I'm cool with it. I'm a mama's boy. So just one of those things. And I tell you what, that's what this livestock deal's about. So many times we're just so worried about grabbing that banner and driving up that hill and getting you a picture right there in front of the Capitol building and just driving for a champion that we forget all the good things that these kids are involved with. There's no other thing like this, guys. There's no other kind of a future that a kid can build around. Guess what? Not everybody's going to be a Major League football player, Major League baseball player. Not everybody's going to get to go play in the NBA. But we all challenge ourselves as young kids to be able to do it. That there ain't no rhyme or reason that one of those kids can't get them a good show barrel and drive them out here. And parents, you need to understand something. Every single one of those kids that came through that ring, I touched every one of their hands. I shook their hand. I acknowledged the fact that they came here. And they told me yesterday, you know, a couple of my buddies did. They said, hey, man, you could speed up just a little bit. And I told you I was going to take my time because those people prepared those hogs for this show and to show to me. And I'm going to give them a fair and honest shake at the whole deal every time they come through there. That's what I did for the last couple of days. And I'm going to tell you, the state of Texas, you should be dang proud. Be dang proud of the set of kids that you have here. Okay, I go a lot of different states. I've been in 16 different states judging hundreds of shows. I don't know how many pickle festivals and state shows that I've been to, but it's been a whole stinking bunch of them. And I've been trying to work myself into one of these rings and get a Texas major for a long time, get to judge at some of those big ones, and I hope it continues. There's just so much, you know, involved out here, and there's so many kids that are just so good at it. You know, they make my job tough once in a while. And, you know, like I said, the livestock thing, it's something that's near and dear to my heart because you can meet friends. You can meet what you call your family. You know, I lost a buddy last fall, and, you know, I wear a bracelet still in my hand, and until that thing breaks, I'm not letting it go. And whenever it does, I'll keep it in my pocket, because it reminds me of the kind of person that he was, and it reminds me that I met him right in a show ring. And he was one of the best people ever. And if you've ever lost somebody, you understand what I'm talking about. All this stuff goes away, and I'm not trying to sit here and fumble it and try to make you feel sorry for me or anything and say, oh, he's a great judge. He talks about the kids and he talks about family and life, but those are the things that matter to me. So I'm going to tell you about it. Rodeo Austin, I want to tell you guys, this has been absolutely one of the most impeccable events that I've ever had the opportunity to be involved with. You guys, the people, the chairman, the ladies behind the scenes, the folks that put all these shows on. Man, I went to the rodeo last night, and I bet I had 15 different people, including these three guys right here, come right up to me, and they said, hey, man, we appreciate you being here. And you know what? I felt appreciated whenever I left there. That made me feel good. Rodeo Austin, you guys are doing things that absolutely no other event in the country are doing. Because you're acknowledging kids as champions, but you're acknowledging every one of those kids, and you're having a sale that's as big of a sale as probably anywhere that you can go to. I was just at a big show. They sell 60 head of hogs. I'm under the understanding you guys sell 105 of them. That's pretty impressive. No wonder numbers grow here. Come back to the Rodeo Austin and make dang sure, and I'm going to speak for these guys whenever I tell you, and I got the microphone, that they care about you folks. They care about your kids, they care about your family, and they want you to be here. Give it up for them one time because they dang sure deserve it. I'm done blabbing on. I've had a good time. I've had a great time. Verlin, there's my buddy. He took me to the Golden Corral as soon as I got into town. That's a good friend of mine now. I like the Golden Corral, and he knew that. So we get these things fired back up, and guys, I think there's one of them out here that's just a dang good one. I don't care what setting he's in. I don't care what state he's in. I don't care what show ring he's in. Right now he's in mine, and I get to tie him. Congratulations to every one of your kids. I'll get you your champion. We'll bring in that reserve. We'll get them their banners. Give it up for them, and just another time, they definitely deserve it.
And congratulations goes to Mr. Wade Appleton from the McCullough County 4-H, your grand champion, Barrow Showman. This award for grand champion is being presented by our executives from Rodeo Austin. We've been joined by Mr. Brian Laney, president of Rodeo Austin for 16. Once again, everybody put our hands together for our champions, our executive committee, and everyone that makes this show run. All right, coming out with your reserve champion, Crossbred, here into the reserved grand champion drive, Miss Mackenzie Venable of the Dumas FFA. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move any further, let's give our judge one more nice round of applause and show him our appreciation from Rodeo Austin in the state of Texas.
Brings out this reserve cross, and whenever that guy comes out of the gate back here, and he came to me back there in the sift alley, I thought, man, what a show barrow. And the critics of him are going to say, man, he just doesn't have enough stuff to him right there in the mid part of his loin. He just doesn't have enough to him all the way down his back. I think whenever you put that feature, that look, that build together, how much more do you possibly need whenever they're that fresh? If you don't want me to use them heavyweight, and you don't want me to use them like that couple barrows there, then don't bring them as fresh and as stout and as good build as some of those. The Hampshire barrow comes out of a drive, and young lady, I'm going to go ahead and commend you real quick. You did what I told you. You got that barrow to finally drive. And he's now all of a sudden he's wanting to go towards the gate, obviously. But that barrow there is one that comes back out, and his chine's starting to work up in him a little bit. I didn't quite see that yesterday, but as he comes back out here, he gets just a little staler there at the crest of his neck. But man, he wins a Hampshire drive because that thing is big chested. He's huge ribbed, and he opens up great there in the upper part of his hip. I'd give him a little more right in the seat of his pants and just go ahead and blend his neck together better, but really a good one. Young man, your Yorkshire barrow, you drive out of a class there where you've got just a stout one. I mean, he is a mongrel whenever you get right to his blade and you take him all the way down his top and out of the upper part of his hip and watch that thing go away from you. He's got a little work there up through his front feet and where he wants to set. He's wanting to shove them down a little harder. He's a barrow that his face and his neck's clean, but his neck, his length of neck, and at the top of his neck, we've tried to blend that just a bit better, and he's getting a little chunky right there. That's probably the biggest hole in him. Berkshire barrow's a beast. I mean, if you want to see one that's wide in his rib and real wide behind and square hock, that's the one you need to step up and look next to and get right up next to him. He wasn't as pretty as that barrow was that was there in the reserve spot, but boy, he was just a man whenever you set him up next to a couple of the other ones. Duroc barrow, needs to be wider. Great feet and legs, great build. His feel's right. Everything fits together very well. Chester Barrow, same thing about him. Beats a good one there in that drive because his hind leg was better. Very stout featured, very good rib, chunkier neck, okay? Got to clean him up there. Got to open him up in his chest, the better built one. So whenever you bring them back together, you look at them, you do those things, and you just talk about them. You put all the checks and balances together, and you weigh them together, and you try to just get you a champion. You try to get you a reserve. We got a special one there that wins. I think there's one of them that follows the kind in terms of length, follows the kind in terms of feature, follows the kind in terms of flexibility. He was also in that drive. The reserve cross is your reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
All right, congratulations to Mackenzie Venable of the Dumas FFA, your 2016 Reserve Grand Champion Barrow Showman. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the Barrow Show. Everyone please be safe in your travels home. Thank you to everyone at Rodeo Austin for the opportunities for these young people. Thank you to all the volunteers who made it a reality. Thank you to our students at West Texas A&M once again, and the Swine Committee volunteers. But be safe in your travels. God bless, and we'll see you next year.